MCA Mogoti Award, and a member of this committee. You're welcome.
I am John, member of this committee.
Mheshimiwa Wesley Lekakimon, MCA Elchamus Ward na member ya committee hii.
My name is Sharon Keter. I'm a member of this committee.
My name is Julius Motier, member of this committee.
Welcome, Director Revenue. I would like to ask our clerks to assist the witness to take oath. And our witness, kindly be aware, we are live from the start of the session to the end. And you are on record.
Zero, to solemnly swear that everything I only the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Next.
I, David Seremwa, do solemnly swear that this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, so help me God.
Next.
I, Robert Misken, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee. I, Robert Misken, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth and the only truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Director Revenue, can you introduce yourself again? Tell us who you are. If you're a member of ISPAC, if you're a member of any probation, and also inform us if you've attended any management course.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is CPA Ilaric Kwaisiror. I am as INSPAC member number 8891. 18, currently pursuing my master's in MBA Finance and depending soon and graduating soon. My work experience, I started my early work from Revenuecounty University as an accountant, assistant accountant, and I reached to the level of an accountant in Revenuecounty University, accountant 2, for about 7 years when I was in Revenuecounty University. Then in 2013, I went to Karatena University on a senior position of Revenuecounty University, and I worked there for about 1 year as the deputy finance officer. And during devolution, a job was advertised in Baringo. I applied about 3 jobs. I was interviewed in all of them, but I was given, I was lucky to have been taken to be the head of revenue, director of revenue at that time, and I reported in Baringo County in 3rd March 2014, and I have been serving in that position to date. Thank you. That's what I can say. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you, Chair. I've done senior management course, and I've also done SLDP in Kenya School of Government.
Give us an overview of the county revenue since 2013, about the digitalization and automation of the revenue. And on that note, also give us, when I'm giving you the questions, kindly be seated. Okay. And put off your mic. And also give us the number of machines that you have. Still on that question, who is the chief revenue officer? And if it's there, who is the deputy? Elaborate your section, organogram, and revenue streams. Thank you.
Since that, when devolution started in 2014, we had a manual system being used. And when 14 to 2016, and we bought it to use a receipt, and we were in some checkup, some supervision. We realized some staff were some had 7 double receipts, so we had to move away from receipting the manual receipt. We procured a revenue system from mid 2016, and we had about, in the procuring process, those who were interested were about 17 companies. We went for piloting of about 6 companies, and eventually we picked one company called CC System, Revenue Collection System. And that company is a consortium of Riverbank and Kenya Commercial Bank, who is our banker. It's an online system. We deployed that system to all revenue points with POS machines of I think 251, which it's in public held. We have on our revenue clerks in various places, and all in it we have made sure that there's a digital receipt being issued, and we watch live in our headquarters in office that revenue collection, what is going on. We can even know how much has been collected in anywhere if I want to know right now. But we are improving the system. In 2 years ago, we deployed a USSD code service because we realized the interaction between the customer and the revenue So we introduced a USSD code star 288 hash for self-service, especially in parking places and cess points, so that you can pay for yourself. Revenue has grown from the initial one.
Kindly give us that USSD number.
8 hash. Start with 8 hash. 288 hash. We used to pay the matatu. You can pay they pay matatu. We use it to pay parking. We almost using to pay almost everything now. But now what we lack is the enforcement team to make sure that revenue has grown from highest in the last financial year to 378 million. We had a target of 450 million. We deployed some measures which we thought will get the 450 million, but we were able to do about 80, what percentage? 88%. We also have a pay bill number. Each hospital has its own pay bill number because they operate their own accounts, revenue collection account, and we have a team which is making that through the pay bill account. We run 6 pay bill accounts for the hospitals, and then we run a main pay bill account for main revenue collection, which is linked to our revenue collection account in KCB. The pay bill number is 315-330. Then you are not in a position to use the USSD. We deployed also a pay bill account earlier, but we encourage more to use USSD because it is self-received.
Honorable Logales, to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you, CPA Sirol, for your response. I have some now that you are the chief revenue officer, or you are the director.
Thank you. There is a question. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Okanokram, but it is not there.
Okay.
I'm the director revenue, and below the director revenue assisting me, and then we have sub-county revenue officers, which most of them are not substantially there. They are acting. We are using.
And who are the heads of revenue collections? The heads from the county level, sub-county levels, even to ward level. Do you have such arrangements?
Yes, we have such arrangement, other members. We have in the headquarters, we are about 3 people in headquarters. Plus, we include the director enforcement who is assisting us. We have the director in the headquarters.
So as the director revenue, so you are being deputized by the enforcement?
No, I am an assistant revenue, assistant, yes.
Who is
not substantive.
Not substantive.
Yes.
But an acting.
An acting.
Can you? How long has he served as direct as assistant to you? From when?
I think when I came in 2014, and he had the historical information or background. I found it prudent to happen because he has some most information.
So with the substantive documents to show is your deputy, or it's a local arrangement from your end as the boss to have somebody to assist?
It's a department arrangement.
department arrangement.
Yes.
From the CCO.
Yes.
They have that arrangement.
Yes.
But you have not said for how long he has been acting.
I have said since 2014.
2014, when you came in.
Yes.
Then he has acted from that time.
Yes.
Okay, and is he getting the benefits of that position of acting capacity?
No.
Why? Why is he not getting? And there are money for that position. Why does he not get the remuneration and the benefits of the acting capacity?
I think, Chair, the organogram of Revenue Department Director has not really been established. It's still learning. And we cannot continue in a vacuum. The process must go on. Maybe
that's
the
okay,
process,
that's okay. About
maybe
the
process of getting the acting.
Yes.
We have written requested thoughts. There is a request if you have done, which has not been acted upon. I don't know. We did that request.
To request
through the CEO.
Through the CEO.
Yes.
Does he have a letter? That's another question.
Which you have been allocated, I think mostly look somebody to assist you. You cannot make a vacuum in an office. If you are not been allocated one, administratively you have to do it.
But I want to assign somebody a role from 2014 as the boss of, as the director of revenue. You have to give him a letter. Maybe that shows that you've assigned him any role to be the deputy.
Yes. Of your assistant, currently your assistant. What's his qualification?
Seremwa is the director of enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
So Robert is your deputy?
Yes.
So what is...
He's my assistant, not I not call as assistant, not a deputy.
Assistant.
My assistant.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's use your assistant.
Yes.
Let me reserve of
because
deputy.
When you say deputy, I know you asking me, does it have an acting position, which is not that.
I want Robert to chair to tell this committee his qualification.
As one said, I'm Robert Miskant, holding bachelor's degree, also still studying CPA.
Bachelor's in degree of what?
Business administration.
Please be close to your mic.
Administration, also undergoing CPA, finalizing CPA.
Which stage?
Section 2.
Okay, thank you, madam. That is what I wanted to know. So Mr. Robert, you are voluntarily to 15 years as the assistant director for revenue. Don't you feel that position you are doing services to the county that you are not paid for?
Thank you.
Before you proceed with Honorable Locales, I would like also to know what entry did you came in as who? Yes. Before you were given the appointment as the assistant by your boss?
And the works department. As assistant project implementation officer, and then later on transferred to treasury department revenue officer, assisting the county revenue, the county council revenue officer at that time. Since the inception of Baringo County government, one who remain at headquarters to coordinate all revenue within the sub-counties until the time the director revenue came in. That is where we join in. After 2014, I was appointed under BFM 258 by director revenue to be the collector and the supervisor of revenue. And after the appointment of the director and we also requested to be designated as to the public service board. And since then, we've done several times, but
Madam Chair, there is a question I wanted Robert to
county we find ourselves serving and contributing to the Baringo County.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Let me proceed with the. Okay, Chair, you may take lead.
Allow me, Honorable Ayango. Honorable Sharon, I've been on the mic for a very long time. Or you donate to Honorable Ayango first and then you proceed. Honorable Sharon. Honorable Ayango, proceed. Honorable Sharon, you follow that man.
I just want to know from, the name is Mr. Robert. The other name is a bit complicated. Now, Robert, since 2012, when you entered the defunct county councils, what is your title now, even in the payroll?
Payroll is administrative officer, revenue.
Prerequisite qualifications for the same?
Yes.
Were you vetted for the same position? So who gave you that position?
As one said, I was appointed by under BFM Act 258 by Director Revenue.
Director Revenue who happens to be Siror?
Yes.
So Siror, you've given him as an administrative assistant. You know, you talked about is your assistant. Am I right? You said he is your assistant, yet he has a complete title in a different office coded
by the previous chief officer Koech.
Director,
by chief officer Koech, Richard Koech, in 20. You were saying when that is, I'm not.
Is that letter available? What you're saying, the CEO Koech. His statement, and he's the holder of all the letters that he was appointed by you as the administrator, yes, through the PFM Act without skin.
Chair, PFM Act 258 gives the authority.
I'm just asking, is through the PFM Act that letter was done by your boss, the county revenue director?
No, my boss was not appointed me as administrator. That is the position I was given by the county government appointment letter. But the director appointed me as supervisor revenue.
You have that letter? Honorable Ayango, proceed.
I want you to table that that appointment. You entered when you were appointed the first time, because you are appointed for the first time as a public works. Is it true? In the public works, before you are seconded to come and aid. Is that true? How are they? Yes?
In county council.
Yes, in the county council.
Not public works. I said I was appointed and then assigned at public.
As a works department. That is actually, it is still in the works, whether it is architecture or what. Yes. It is when 2013 or 2014, you now came as administrative in charge of revenue. And as of appointing, especially the second one, is it there?
They are there.
So you can produce to this
Once
committee.
given the opportunity, yes.
Yes. Koech appointed you.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes.
The chief of Koech letter was duties. It's not appointment.
So who appointed you to the new cadre? Even if it is rearrangement. Is it the chief officer or the CEC? Does not recognize the chief officer. The act recognizes the CEC.
Honorable Sharon Keter.
I don't know if I proceed. And at this point,
Honorable Sharon, I want us to dwell on that point. I don't know if Honorable Lekal Kimon is still on the question of localese before you proceed to your question.
All right, let me just make a clarification on that particular point.
Okay.
Now, at the moment, I want you to tell us, are you an assistant? Just because there's a confusion here. We don't know, the director is saying that you are the assistant. You are saying you are? What is your role according to you now? Supervisor.
Thank you so much, Chair. As said by the director, I am assisting the director right now.
Who made you to assist? Any appointment letter, your job description?
As one said, I was under BFM.
So, do you think it's okay for you to be in that position with no appointment? That is, you are in PM, you are under the, what do you call, the Act, but I position to where you are right now as an assistant. And it's very straightforward, unless you don't know which position you're holding and what you're doing in revenue, because in revenue we have a lot of problems. And if the heads are confused as this, that explains why we have a lot of issues in that department. Can you just, it's a very simple question. Like I know I'm a member of county assembly nominated by KANU. The position you're holding and you're earning and drawing salary from, who gave you that position?
The position I'm it's an assistant, not fully appointed.
In short, you're telling us you're acting by verbal words from the director.
And
before the director proceed, Miskin.
Yes, Chair.
okay. And now the director, where did you draw the authority and the powers to do so? And you can actually outline to us which law gave you the mandate to do that.
No, I initially said I am not authoritatively appointed him. Department arrangement.
And director,
Yes.
Be reminded that you are under oath.
Yes, I'm ready. Yes.
Do you think it's okay for you to take us rounds in circles like that? Is it okay? I think it's just proper for us, for you to tell us the truth, because what you're trying to do here is to unearth these problems that you are facing. And the reason why we're going to dwell on these issues is because we bank on you as a department to generate revenue that you...
It of revenue. There is no other appointment which has been done in the revenue line. I came in 2014. Those who are working in the sub-counties are not substantially there.
It's
And
okay.
no,
It's
and-
okay.
and
Okay, you are not answering my question. You are not answering my question. You
Yes.
just dwelt on that issue.
And appointed, I have not appointed him.
Okay, the arrangement that you're talking about, who made the arrangement in the department?
The chief officer.
What's the name of the chief officer? And which year was that?
In 2014, the chief officer, it was a proposal by Dr. Douglas Murray, which was adopted. It's written.
Can you produce to the ADO committee? Robert, can you confirm by Richard?
I think, Chair.
It was
Richard?
Richard was the CEO.
Chair, my question was, it is still the issue Honorable Akales was asking. It happened that I was in the defunct county council. Robert was employed as an employee in the county council 2012 and a section of public works. Now that when devolution came in, there was that transition. But from the look of things, is drawing salary from two sections, revenue or supervisor of revenue. Again, he said he's assisting revenue, a position that we are still doubting how it came in. Which position is he drawing his salary? The position or you are drawing salary as being the assistant of the director revenue? We want to know those lines, because it is clear that these are verbal arrangement, and that's why we have confusions in this department. And the job group, just tell us which job group, where are you earning? You are drawing your salary, is it as a supervisor of revenue or assistant to the director revenue, and which job groups are it before we go other engagements? Robert?
Thank you, Chair. The position I'm earning salary is Administrative Officer Revenue under Job Group J.
Now, you said you are acting as the assistant. How did you accept to act for 15 years? You said 15 years? How did you accept to act 15 years? How did you accept? Stay in that position for 15 years, yet where you are getting salary is a different job group. But this is a way of money laundering or money disappearing. There. Just tell us. And who is doing your job currently? Now that you have moved to the assistant, who is doing your drawing salary for?
Miskin, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As one said, I'm not comfortable. And I'm not drawing any salary from the acting position. I said, as one's director said, we didn't want to create a vacuum in the office. That is why I'm in acting position, doing my...
On that note, if you finish, Honorable Ngoti.
Okay. That you confirm your number is 8891.
Yes, I confirm.
You've checked your status. So can you explain why they are, the status is not in good standing?
It is not in good standing because we are supposed to attend 40 CPT hours within the year. 120
What is CPD?
CPD hours. I'm yet to attain at 21 so that you can get a...
The honorable member is...
As an accountant, you are supposed to do 120 CPD hours.
What is CPD?
Continuous... CPD, continuous professional hours. You are supposed to do 120.
So that is the reason?
Yes.
No other reason?
No other reason.
Okay, Robert, you mean?
Thank you, Chair. I am doing my job and also assisting the Director Revenue.
Before you proceed, Honorable Sharon, the PFM Act that they're acting on, 157.1, the County Executive Committee member for financial in writing designate persons to be responsible for collecting, receiving, and accounting for such county government. County Executive Committee member for finance may specify in their letters designate. If you are not aware, the director should tell us. Do you have that letter from the CC? And if not, tell us until we went to the PFM Act to read it here so that you say later.
I don't remember saying, asking about a letter. And you did not say, I don't remember saying which letters do you have. But I was appointed in by...
Director, you know all of us are listening.
Yes.
And you are recording your words. That is why we are going to law specifically. We've asked around from Miskin to you, who really assigned the job to Miskin. And he said, actually you've talked about the CEO Koech, you've not even talked about the CEC. Please.
The position of the receiver of revenues are done by the CC Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is very clear. Are really bringing troubles to us as a county government. That's why we're having low collection of revenue. We have not even managed to attain 400 million. I think they should table all those documents, and we should also assume that the county government is running well. So to me, I think it is clear. Robert has no mandate to act in that capacity for 15 years, and he feels like he's okay, and he has never raised any complaint or even requested for appointment. His job group is job group J. Director Seremo, a person who is in job group J, let's be honest. And remember, we told you at the beginning of here, and you took oath to say the truth and nothing else but the truth. And also, for your information, you are on record to them. And just to remind you, this is a serious committee. You better say the truth and avoid taking us inside. Committee, we are not here to joke. So kindly answer what we are telling you, and if you do not have an answer in this serious committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
As we proceed as well, I will want to ask the Director of Revenue that is he aware the county is collecting 1.2 billion where their land is where people sit, and 30% of their land is a ranch. You can imagine now Baringo, we are so blessed. We have mining, we have tourism attraction, we have all the things that below 400 million as a county, and the casuals are suffering under your hands. Thank you. Honorable Sharon.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question still goes to Director on your CPD. Can you explain to us for you to be holding your position currently, means up to date every single time?
It's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
But
not but. You know, as an advocate, I cannot go to court and represent anybody without a practicing certificate. Yearly, I also do my CPDs. Can you explain to us why is it that you are not even qualified to sit on that position that you are sitting on at the moment as you speak?
It is the financial constraints of the employer. I'm not been able to attend
CPDs, or is it the employer? Because for myself, I pay for myself. Because that is for inactiveness.
I'm no answer.
Let me ask you, Siror, if the EACC came today, or the auditor, and found that you're not even, will you be putting this county at stake? Will you be doing that?
Director is asking you questions, and kindly provide those questions so that we proceed.
It will be a problem.
Kindly be on mic because you're on
It should
record.
be a problem.
It's a very big problem.
Yes.
Very big problem. And the reason why, Chair, and the reason why we still have problems, can sort out our wages comfortably if this department is taken seriously by those people who are in charge. Having said that,
Honorable Sharon, Honorable Locales is still.
okay, right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam. And I think elaborate to this committee, if we have directors or we have supervisors who are in sub-county and below, those are employed to do that position from here, headquarters, Tiati, the previous existing 6 or 7 sub-counties have been there since 2022. So are there people who are designated, who are employed in those positions? It's a question to my good friend Sirol.
Yes. There is an Okano for the Revenue Department.
Yes.
Directorate. And the sub-county.
Sub-county revenue officers, were they employed by Baringo County?
Have been Kabarnet. He has not been replaced. It was in that part.
East and West.
Disciplinary was sacked, and we have an acting in place. He has not been replaced. It is a hard part which went on. We are waiting for the replacement.
So
in East, we are still waiting for appointment for the East and West parts is still being run by one person.
Director, can you elaborate on the person acting in Tiati?
Yes.
Who is that? What is the qualification of that person?
Yes.
And give us the name. And is he any contract or any letter? And
know that person acting in Tiati, and if she also has a proper Janet.
Yes. Who is also supervising the whole revenue.
So Janet is acting now.
It is a substantive. It's not acting. She's in charge of Tiati, in charge of revenue and expenditure.
As an accountant.
Yes.
But we are asking about who is acting as a sub-county revenue officer.
We have Marcella Kimoy. Yes.
She is acting.
Yes.
With the full.
We are waiting for appointment, but we cannot leave it.
Employment and even acting capacity. We don't have a problem with anybody doing any job, just like Mr. Misken here. But what we want to call all the sub-county revenue officers, she will come here, was in disciplinary. So are you telling this committee yes or no? You have failed or you have not failed? That one I left to the committee to tell us about the organogram from your position, or you can start from CEC.
What I present that one in a document.
That's okay.
Yes.
You have it here?
I'll bring the organogram.
So we will have him later to bring that. So let me proceed with my question, Chair of Board.
It's no law which we have been passed in this assembly to allow a county revenue board. The one we have is a directorate.
Are there directorate appointed by the governor or appointed by the CC?
So, allowance for that.
So there is no law
in place.
Yes, for that.
Who is supposed to formulate those policies? Is it the assembly? You're saying these houses are not passed?
They advise us which revenue structure can be adopted in each county. And there was an advisory from CRA. It was advised to be done by a department aided by a directorate. It is not our advice.
Do you have that advisory in written?
It's document.
Kindly
It's a
provide
document.
with the rest of the document that you're saying.
Yes.
And it's good that you've withdrawn that it is not this house who is supposed to pass, to formulate.
I was putting in the why I said we don't have a law on that. You know, if you say we have a board and we are aware, I withdraw.
Let me proceed, Madam Chair. I want to bring to your attention, and also the attention of, I want to ask Mr. Siror, are you aware that Laikipia, Meru, Kakamega, that is the revenue department?
I'm very aware. We are one team. We are one Kenya.
Yes.
And we know what is happening in Laikipia.
Yes. Because our revenue, madam, maybe so that I may know, 300 million, same geographical features, same things like ours, are raising a lot of millions. But Baringo, we are very low on revenue collection. That's why I want to ask, have you told us the department to have such a policy and bring it to a efficient they can support you?
I said Baringo. It is one is the structure. Number two is the workforce. Laikipia is, we are running a workforce of 100.
The entire county?
Baringo.
Yes.
And Laikipia is running an enforcement of about 300.
Are the 100? The 100.
In Baringo, 29, not 100.
Yes.
We have 29 is 36.
Yes.
We have only 36 enforcement officers in Baringo. Yeah, and with a workforce of 300 enforcement officers.
What have you done about that?
We have done a lot of requests.
And those requests kindly provide to this house?
When we were even...
Ellery, don't go to that direction because you're trying to be skeptical. Please provide the letters that you've written us in the county to this house in the afternoon.
We'll provide, Chair.
Honorable Lokalese. Honorable members,
now let me finalize, Chair. That's all what I have.
Thank you, Honorable Lokalese.
Okay, thank you so much. And there's something that the director said about us stopping the recruitment, that thing was done just not to stop entirely, but we wanted to check if the process was.
Yeah, let me answer that question. Huh?
How many do you have?
Mr. Seremo, kindly, I want him to still repeat the same statement. Thank you.
We have 29 casuals. Huh?
29 casuals do you have?
We have 29 casuals. 17 enforcement and 12 revenue.
Kindly, Seremo, be guided. When is Hillary on the mic, allow him to say is the truth as yet signed. When it's your time.
If you feel like you don't have the capacity to answer that, I can enforcement director answer that.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we have 28 casuals.
17.
Chair.
40 positions.
40 positions.
And how many so far? We're aware that they took 30. Those who went and there was remaining position of 10.
10.
That we're not aware of. I'm aware that some of them and
Madam Chair, I came and learned Steve almost 10 years.
10 years.
And we have another one in Mokotio.
Many, they've worked so many years.
7 years.
Okay. As the person that is in charge of this docket, I don't know if you know the definition of who a casual worker is. Who is the head of these people and the one that supervises them?
I really advise them.
Did you, was that in writing?
The recruitment day. The only thing that I advise them is that for us.
Please, just answer my question. They was to be absorbed as long as they did the running.
No, to follow the procedure.
Did you have some of them applying for the job?
Yes, they were
years to go through another recruitment process.
Discuss with them?
Yes.
In fact, we had a serious meeting with them. With even our county secretary. For us, I requested them. Sylvester Kerich.
Where is
Kertich?
Okay, teach from Mogotio.
Yeah.
What did they say about that?
They told me they will have some.
Remaining 10.
The remaining 10.
Do you know the criteria that they were using?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Director, are you seeing the sense, the reason why we had to do what you're doing?
Yes.
You're now seeing the picture?
I like to see it's again. If you allow.
Okay, I'm asking you my question.
Yes.
Just answer. You're seeing the.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Chair. That were given to the Director Enforcement. Now, the process that was used to recruit the 40,
yes,
was it a fair process?
So men and women applied
so
for that. Right? They shortlisted by the public service board.
Yes.
Was not even, they did because in that recruitment.
Yes.
They say we want to have one as per what?
Whoever become the first one was taken?
Yes, taken, and the qualification will also determine.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you aware that there was those who are taken themselves in the field and they are in the list of being admitted as enforcement officers?
I don't know because Mogotio, personally.
So those who are doing it in Marigat, were you in Marigat?
I was in Marigat.
And other.
I want to tell this committee
because we are aware that those 30, some of the enforcement officers
among
the 30.
I don't That didn't happen, Chair.
Barnett, we did 3 of us in the Bible, take a Bible lab. We did the correcting and we selected that correctly. That this one did not run. And we declared the results in public. Chair, if anybody has been skipped in that he never ran and is among the 30, we should remove, which when we send to the field, they will deliver for us.
And we are aware of the list and the people. Table that list so that we tell you the name of the person that was put in and he disqualified. We are talking and we are aware about it. So the public, the 30, because it is a name that they are appointed enforcement officers, and that one will be.
I think I want to seek your guidance because the service board and Director Seremo,
Madam,
recruiting the revenue officers and clerks in the field as the revenue team.
We did recruitment for enforcement officers, not a revenue team.
Yes. Okay. What is your mandate as a director? Let me ask you this, Bwana Seremo.
I joined the service on 2023.
What are your qualifications?
A degree.
In what?
Bachelor's of Criminology and Fraud Management.
Did you come through competitive?
Yes.
Now I'm asking you, is it your responsibility as the head of the enforcement officer? Is it your then how did you find yourself in the field? Employing enforcement
that is my mandate.
I'm asking you, Seremo.
Yes.
You are the
that's a technical thing to that. Yes. I'm the technical.
Honorable Sialo, let me ask.
So there was a question I asked you.
I'll come with the names.
You come with the names?
Yes.
Will you own up the names?
Public.
It's treated like facts.
Now, in your opinion, Seremo,
yes,
was that process of employment of the revenue officers?
The remaining balance of 10, I don't know where they.
Yes. Who is supposed to provide the list? Is it you or the public service?
The public service. So I was doing at El Damarafin. Bid to public service board.
So, Madam Chair, I think you should table.
Yes.
At 2:30.
Now, Honorable
I'll request the board to give me the name.
Seremo, please stop jumping around. You said you have the 30 names.
I say, Madam Chair, service board owns the names.
The names that you forwarded to the service board is which name? What you're telling Honorable Sialo, don't answer my question. You asked Sialo that you submitted names, the 30 names of the people you went around the county to collect and you submitted to the service. Do you have those names?
I don't have them.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, through your chair, Mr. Serem, you have in the department. Leave alone the other and we have also sub-counties points along our roads, and we have quarries. Like in Mogoti, you have so many quarries. So I want to know how many do we have?
Revenue Director Siror will answer that question.
Yes.
Yes.
About 30 casuals. And I understand those 30 names were provided. You asked some of MCAs to provide you with names.
Madam Chair, I didn't ask.
The revenue clerks, the 30 that we are aware that you recently employed 30 casuals. Like me in Mogoti, I did not even get one. So I'd like to know which criteria did you use to identify this.
I joined Baringo County on
Kindly confine yourself to the question.
That is where I'm at. That is why
you are going. We are at that point. You are at that point.
Or if he's not, Siror can assist probably.
Hilary Siror, kindly take up the question.
We had a target of 450 million. And when the target was out, we to reach the 100 revenue collections points. And Chief Officer CC, CS and Governor, we had a discussion that and it was accurate. Yes.
So it was
17 enforcement officers, Michelle based in supervision and collection of revenue. We wanted to open up even the Ryoko where they were. And one of the way we had time and March so that we can see what collection we can do with that steam.
I think we do not have.
I'm going for Tanini. I want to get a pass. West Pokot and Baringo, who I ask the chief.
So it's true. It's true that it's our colleagues to give you some names from the regions that you think you wanted to collect revenue.
It is true.
And I shall proceed to that question.
We're in Mogotio. We're enough to do the revenue collection in Mogotio. We wanted to enhance Kisanana, but it's an equal thing. What you are doing, I don't know if it was there to have said it proper.
Tiror, I think I come from Mogotio.
We do not introduce a new barrier in Mogotio.
Okay. Let me. We do not have revenue clerks or even enforcement officers on those markets. True, who are attached to that market.
Chair, Pokayo Kaitans, Honorable MCA allowed that private auctioneer to run the auction. So we are not collecting money.
Siror, listen to me then. The business that you have in Baringo, do you have private? Toim and Mogotio top auctions are community owned.
I allow Mr. Serimo to assist me, Chair.
Matthew want to pack up your points, so you will allow him to interject as you continue.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, issues. And we had another meeting with you. You were in Equator. Do you still remember Honorable Shallow?
I do.
You have also been questioning us. Why?
Honorable Mathieu, kindly put in your points. Okay. Continue in that line.
The first thing is to advise the clerks and also enforcement officer to get. Did you introduce any new casuals in Ravine?
Proceed.
Madam Chair, the issue of Mogotio, let me start with
Mogotio.
Please, you're on the point of Mogotio. Mogotio first.
The Ravine, with Ravine, we
you have said.
Yes.
Since Mr. Sirol had said that I will consult the MCA like for Trioko, did you consult the MCA of Ravine to get the two?
No.
Sirol?
We didn't.
Yes?
We did not.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Number one. Their names from which ward the two?
Yes.
Or maybe you can.
Casuals that were employed through our colleagues.
Yes, and include from yes. So that.
And their IDs and their phone numbers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Both enforcement and revenue clerks. We have the ones we are discussing now with Stephen Rotich of Kabartonjo and the one for Mogotio. Can we also have the
same information plus the 29 for Honorable Siale as well, provide them as it is and do the proper documentation at 2:30.
Last question, Honorable Chair. Now that we have 4 clerks who are supposed to be, who are in the recruiting process is on, what will be the weight of the recent?
We wanted 2024.
Two, the casual contract, they have a letter?
No, with the casuals don't have letters.
You are operating verbally?
There is a process we do with it. We are posting letters as casual.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the recruitment, Madam Chair.
Probably you ask the mandate, you're given, and then you chose the way you want to get these people. Who gave you the mandate to recruit?
And a documentation to that effect.
And you still need, if you seek a mandate for
Your matter, the one that Sialo asked. Kiptoin auction. And my answer is yes or no. I don't want stories of you having meetings with the MCA or not. No.
No.
Why?
Cow. The auction so, like 100 shilling. We have a private was the same.
On that note, in our county we have a policy. It's like the court auction. How is our policy working? What does it say?
Our policy is a county does not have auction yet. We have a county auction.
Okay, and the private one? And the public ones?
We have.
How much are you collecting from auction?
Shilling per court.
100 shillings. In all these markets that you're talking about,
yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes. I don't know.
My question is, do they pay or not? And having policies in regards to the same?
As Serem was said earlier, we have had a lot of meetings concerning those markets. There is no private auction which has been licensed. The situation.
Okay. Let me allow Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Before we go to Sialo, I'm still clerks that are there in this county, but I want to narrow my question on the. If you are,
we were not for 22.
Yes.
We requested 40.
No,
we never reported in 2020. New clerks who has passed on, who had also disciplinary.
I come to the 17 because that is where I was driving my question. Recruit to 22.
Chair, protect me. We are not the recruiters. There is a public service for those.
Board was to recruit.
Yes.
You advised them to advertise for 40.
We requested 40, but budget constraints say they will give us 20.
Report by 1st September 2017, and they have not even been given the deployment letters. What is the effect of the 17 that already have to give them deployment letters and you went ahead to recruit another 22? We are hearing that you are communicating with them to give you the revenue clerks on specifics. Did you go ahead with the 22, yet we have 17 to ask for more 22, where individuals have been.
And they are 17 in number.
I'm aware, but it was sent to my office that they have been deployed to my office. If they are neither in treasury, they are not even elected in treasury. We just requested.
Honorable Kimon, still online?
Yes. Let him clear the air.
Honorable Laengo, to support Honorable, give you an opportunity to
if you allow questions which support
the House of Rules and Order. Can you withdraw and apologize?
Our director, we've worked for him for a long time. I want to ask you, who normally gives the intern? You know, we know you are not the one employing you, and as yet up to date they have not been deployed. Who normally gives for the intern to employ? Do the service people just wake up? I think you said you gave them 40. You are intern. The same case with direct enforcement. You came out to given 40. How comes you are saying you do not know that 17 that were employed in 2017? And that is why we are shocked as a house that you have continued to give 17 clerks of 2017. This house, to this committee.
Those 17 which have been selected.
You know,
at least Honorable Engo is trying to come up clean about this thing. From that point now you are saying...
To say the truth, nothing but the truth. But now you are playing around with what you are saying on Cyril. Truthful?
Chair.
Let's be truthful. In fact, will you not go to ask where are the letters? So utaenda kuuliza ndugu yangu hapa barua ya wale muliandika kazi. Sipokuletea itakaa hivyo.
Copies of the letters to Treasury. You don't follow. There is a
questions for Honorable Engwa. You are heading somewhere. And now employees who are employees of Baringo County of action from there. Honorable Sharon, kindly proceed to the point of Honorable Sialo, and when Sharon finishes,
there's a bill that is still ongoing in the assembly, handling auctions that are privately.
Thank you, Honorable Sharon. Kindly, Honorable Sialo, wind up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think not privately owned as you stated. The only thing they are using the cattle dips grounds to do these auctions, they have committed to the county. I'm very shocked that you are not aware. Seremwa, we spoke and we agreed. Did you employ? And contacted other MCAs and asked them to provide you for revenue. Got a new casual who was sent all the way from Cabernet to Mogoti. We have several quarries in Mogoti. Most of the quarries you have attached. There was a quarry that is owned by the Chinese, the Gold Dogs Chinese, who is providing the ballast. And this other one, so that you don't want to attach a revenue officer to those quarries. Madam, he has clearly stated that they had a meeting with the county secretary or MCS to provide names for the 29. The questions, finally, I have two other questions. Are you aware, Bona Director, and the team, that the casuals have stayed for quite some time without earning, do not receive the lunch allowances or even transport they need to meet, but because you do not provide, they are actually in trouble. You give them the mandate or in their tills, some of them handle up to 200,000, 600, 800,000 collected there and purport that you're going to deposit to the bank accounts, but in real sense you do not deposit them in that. Why is that happening? Why are we handling cash in our collection points of these casuals? Do you pay them through the bank account? Where do you get this money? You're paying is it your money as a director? And if it is government money?
Draw you to the PFM Act 158(3). 2 and 3. Giving it delivered to the revenue, to the receiver or collector of revenue for that county government. Around that. When did you transit from being a casual to a permanent employee?
Permanent.
I want a letter effected a casual to permanent. because I'm aware there's a letter that is the transition to 2013 up to now, and that was posted to your office last year. Are you aware of that? To mention a name so that you clarify to this committee.
To the directors here, how many revenue clerks and enforcement officers have been either dismissed,
And also, I would want you to provide the letter from Zeror as the receiver of the revenue to Robert.
On casuals for lunches for casuals, we talk of 90,000, and it's a stand. Pardon.
How do you draw that money?
County have an account in which the signatories are one in treasury, and people will withdrawn at least how it will be paid to the sub-county team.
And
that's
so
how casual
kindly,
lunches.
that is, we want that. It's in order. I've just said table that document.
We'll table the application which Honorable Shala had said there, which is so illegal and so dangerous, and if it is true, if there is anyone who is going to collect 800,000 for our collection point, is an illegal within 3 days. It is banked within a day. Daily collection should be banked in Baringo on daily basis.
Director.
Yes.
How many POS machines do you have? The ones we use to collect in
Now,
the POS system, and the money deposited by that particular.
You will not operate a POS machine the next day without the surrendering the previous day collection to your sub. And that collection is a banking slip, including a wire. And using his own password, get a set report. The three no report in those who are not balanced. We have disciplined them. We have discharged those. There's a question also you are saying
To the end, and then we now interject.
On the payment of casuals. When we engaged them, we told them to open. We process our payment. We take our list to Boresha, and each account. I'm aware of an assistant in town, and she was so powerful and have a lot of quite knowledge on land rates. Let us send her to assist us in town, so that when we get.
Under what law did you do that? To the same, to effect you not receive
of deployment that was written upon discussion with the employee that go and assist us in this point on it.
that members raise.
And maybe Robert of what I have not captured. Thank you.
Madam Chair. The issue of ILDOP and Kiptoim. I think it is almost 3 months or 2 months. The issue of the private, I said before that place we at the committee of that project, and I believe what we discussed on that day, if it is possible, because if it was possible for us
the sale yard. And we agree with him that we discussed with the community, the people who are collecting money on behalf of the community. We told them if it is possible, we request, we give the three of them to assist. But that thing didn't take place because the auctioneer himself was not cooperating to us. So that was something we had problem with them. Another issue, Madam Chair, we had a market in Mogotio town that we are now suffering. We don't have enough money in Mogotio because I don't know what took place, and we cannot elaborate on that because we have lost that market totally. The market now is in Nakuru County. We have been trying with Siror. We went to Nakuru County. We met with the Director Enforcement and Director Revenue. They told us the only thing that you can do, let the area MB and the area MCA and the entire to come and discuss with them, because that.
On that note, are you aware what is happening to the market, that our old market that was there? What is happening there?
There is constructions.
Thank you.
Well, on that issue, Madam Chair, we have a barrier that is closer to the coal docks. And every minute, a lorry passes there. We are collecting 1,000 per that lorry. The other part of, we have various points in Emmening. We have in Saos and Emmening. Madam Chair, our points are being substantiated or provide us with the evidence. Whoever, in that after 3 to 4 days, you go and collect some money. If there is nothing, I don't know myself.
Maybe if you're done with your submissions, I will allow.
Do you have that has arose on the of the M-Pesa transactions?
Mr. Serema said we consulted MCS or some clerks. That is true. On several occasions on the gaps in Tirioko, where markets have no clerk or enforcement officer. Those are the issues that generated. I received a call from Serema. He called me, Mr. Serema called me and asked me they wanted 2 boys, ground check with the community. I consulted the committee and also the chief of the area, and they sent me names of 2 boys. I forwarded the names to Mr. Seremo, and Mr. Seremo and Mr. Siror, and they proceeded with the rest part of engagement. They called them to county. Their process continued. So I want to say it is true. But the process was done by the community and the chief at the ground. The machines which the casual, because I am aware, Madam Chair, I'm aware that they collect money in cash. They collect money in mistrust to the clerks and also temptation. When somebody, Madam Chair, not pay, and these volunteers have been survived and use it. How many cases of such are accusing them of having stolen money, yet they have not been paid this staff of 450 or 600 million?
Members have allowed you to make your submissions through and through, and after that we are closing this session.
No, Chair, you know, I have also not...
Honorable Ayengo, I've allowed you
Yes.
like that to proceed with the submissions. Then after after Honorable Ayengo, Ngotie, we will not go back to the same questions. We just go back to the submissions and then we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask Siror, does the county have an act in place to provide for effective administration of the county government?
Proceed.
You are noting, eh? Yeah. What are the provisions of PFM Act 2012 that guide and regulate the role as the receiver of revenue for the county government? Have you got it? What are the provisions of PFM Act 2012 that guide and regulate your role as a receiver? You are the one receiving the revenue for the county government. Lastly, do you do quarterly statements to the county treasury with copies to National Treasury and Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA? Yes, I'm done.
Honorable Lekakimon, you're done. Honorable Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to say that I'm perplexed that at this day and age, in the era of digitalization, in the era of so much modernization, we are still collecting our taxpayers' money in cash. And the director and all the department that oversee revenue collection, you're just sitting down, not knowing how much we are losing out of collecting money in cash. What was the need of procuring a system that you've called CC system revenue, having a USSD code and a pay bill while you're collecting cash? Is this an avenue for people to misappropriate public funds that are being collected? Director and your entire team, what have you done to ensure that we have a proper revenue collection system? If you go to Masai Mara, and I know you are going to answer, how much do they collect in a year? Is it in billions? What makes Masai Mara so special than Baringo County? Baringo County, that we have 3 lakes. We have Lake Bogoria, we have Lake Kapnarok, we have Lake Baringo, Bogoria. And we're still priding ourselves to be collecting the most from hospitals. I think if there is a place that we have a problem in the entire county, and the reason why we are not realizing anything, even in development, is the revenue collection. And we need to check on that. And I want to see if you've ever advised, if you've come up with a policy as a department to have everything to be digitalized. Number 2, and my final question, is this issue of casual workers. I'm seeing how we are going around in circles about this thing. Who gave you the mandate to employ casual workers? You know it's not your work in the first place. Even you going and consulting the MCAs, consulting who, you know the work is for the Public Service Board. No wonder we are having people employing in ways that cannot be, doesn't create accountability. and brings a lot of illegality. And the reason why we are having casual workers who were brought, who have been working years in, year out because of such problems that we are seeing. Who gave you the mandate to employ the casual workers? And lastly, on the issue of casual workers, what is the point of having so many casual workers collecting? Like, for example, I remember one in Marigat who is collecting about 20 million monthly. And this, if it's not monthly, it's quite, I don't know if it's the yearly or what, but that is a lot of money that somebody is collecting. And he's being paid 7,000. How does that even make sense? Can that person and begin better benefits? And this is a wake-up call for our county chair. The reason why we are not moving forward as a county is because we are disregarding this Department of Revenue Collection. Number one is the competence of even the director, who doesn't have the requisite requirements as a director at the moment. Number two, we don't have enough enforcement officers. Those who are there, they're not motivated. They're casual workers and they're casual workers forever. And we keep on employing other people coming in. That is where the problem is. And I beg to stop from there. And thank you for the opportunity.
No, Bongoti?
Continue with my summons.
No. I wanted us to conclude this. We give him an opportunity to reply, and then we're winding up. Honorable Sialo, then finish, then you go to Honorable Bongoti for your submission.
Thank you. I think I want to remind them that the question, the issue of pending salaries for the casuals. How many is it that you've not paid, and what are you doing to ensure that you pay? Secondly, is that is it true that even after the delay of these salaries for the casuals, they still do not receive their full salaries as required? We had a witness here yesterday who said, and I quote, that when their money, when they are paid their monies, they are given like 2 months, and probably for the 4 or 5 months, salaries it disappears, and they are told ati ng'ombe ikiingia kwa shimo haitokangi na manyoya yote. Kwa hivyo, so 4 months ama 5 months inapotea kwa sababu ng'ombe imeingia kwa shimo, and they are paid 2 months. And you know they depend on these salaries to pay their share. In fact, most of the casuals don't receive treatment because they're just surviving by God's grace. So that's what I want them to answer, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair.
Hilary and your team, proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Chair. On cash, on receipt, the system you are using, the CC and Riverbank Consortium, we have moved it to cashless. Where is this cash being collected? I don't know. But we have a pay bill. A moment. We have a pay bill which being used by customers 315, 330, and we have told you the USSD of star 288. Chair, visit even our nearest revenue office, which is here in Kavar. You have issued for cashless operation. We don't receive a single cash in our office here. If there is any office which is receiving, I'm not aware, I'll do a disciplinary process. Meet where it is.
Honorable Sharon, proceed.
Director, we are aware there are places that you are collecting cash. What are you doing? Because you're saying you don't know, but that is the case that we have. Many of this money that we collect, they don't reach to our accounts. And the reason why we have so little that is being collected. We cannot say that we are selling goats in Baringo, we are selling so many goats, animals, and livestock, and we are still collecting almost nothing. If you go to Lake Bogoria, many times I've gone there, I take my friends, because I love this county so much. We've gone there severally, and we don't even pay nothing. We just get in, because there are no people manning the places. And that's why I'm saying, even in these revenue collection centers, do you have a CCTV to see that these people are not taking cash? What are you doing as a responsible director for revenue collection?
But on that note again, Honorable Sharon, Hillary, you stated clearly, if there are people who collect cash from your points and you ensure that they deposit in the account within a day, why do you want to run away from your statement, Hillary?
We allow in places where, like Nani, Amaya, where there is no network. Where there is no network for the POS machine.
Hillary,
yes.
Those points says point collection. We didn't pinpoint to say in hospital or on the road, or we said says point collection. Even Nama, it's a says point collection, and they collect cash. And Honorable Sharon, and they were asking, what have you done as a department to ensure that you don't collect cash? And they even advise you to say, why can't you use the USDD? Even in Ginyang market here, they collect cash. Hillary, it's unfair if you mislead this house over issues that are even, and you know the whole county is watching us. What do you think the people who are in Ginyang, the people who are in Loruk or wherever, they're watching you just lie over those issues where people collect cash, and it's a fact. Please, Hillary, be factual.
Thank you for the direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Give me a chance. Thank you. And through the chair, it pains me so much. Director, do you know you're holding the entire county at ransom? Owing to your irresponsibility, incompetence, and you're coming here to lie to us on oath. You know, when you take us round in circles, you're taking Baringo County entirely round in circles. And I want you to say right now, and I want you to answer these questions, yes or no, so that we go on record. Do you collect cash?
Yes, in some points.
You collect cash?
Yes.
Is that irresponsible of you to collect cash? Can you account on every coin that is collected from those avenues?
When in a place where you're collecting cash, it must be receipted. And in those places where
you did say that you did away with the receipt system. Did you say that?
The POS machine is supposed to issue a receipt. Remember, Chair.
Oh, you did?
Yes. This POS machine is supposed to issue an online receipt.
But you say that this of writing down the receipts that you write, do you do that?
We don't have a manual receipt.
We don't have a manual system?
We don't have.
In Maui?
We don't have a manual receipt.
In Ginyang?
We don't have a manual receipt.
Okay.
We don't have.
So we collect cash.
You want to tell this house that today we go to Tara Market. The only receipt that we will get is a POS receipt.
Yes.
You will not find the book.
You will not.
The book receipt.
Unless a movement permit.
Okay. Don't tell me unless.
A movement permit is a document to move
but
animals.
I'm saying don't say
but a
unless.
Receipt.
Just say, I mean, you said when we go collecting cess from the market, the receipt that we'll get is a POS receipt.
Yes.
The one you are saying is the only receipt that if we go for a fact finding that we should get is which receipt, the one you're saying?
No, a veterinary movement permit.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So these places, the machine, does it require network for it to operate?
No, it works offline.
Or it works offline?
Yes.
And why is it that in those places that you are saying that they collect cash is because they don't have network? Do you realize what you're doing to us?
Chair, I've said those machines work offline where there is no network. And now, when we are offline, your phone is not using M-Pesa. The customer's phone is not shooting M-Pesa. what process will we use in Amaya where we don't have a network?
For us to close your point of accusation, you said you've dismissed like 13 employees of revenue who had that multi-practice. Give us one example how you got to know that you lost cash. By what means? That how did you deduce that this person went with money?
It is an indiscipline case which...
Let me be on record.
Yes.
How much have you lost through the said dismissed staff?
I cannot say how many staff, one particular staff, or how many. We have said 13.
I've said you have 13 of them who've, you've cited that you've dismissed them over the irregularities of money. Now, because you are arguing on the internet and the rest, how did you know that you lost money by cash or wherever? Because you have Zizi, the one you're saying you used to collect, you have the USDT. So if they did, there's no network completely for your phone. How did you deduce that this person lost money?
A case for Williams Losute. He has about revenue clerks in DRT in those points. The person who mandated to come and bank previously is the revenue officer, sub-county revenue officer. So they have been receipted, all of them, due to POS. We have some information how much they have been receipted. He's keeping money. The money did not reach the bank. That's how we processed them. We have the receipt. We have the system receipt. We have the system receipt.
How much did you lose over that one specific?
It was 2 market days.
I'm not saying 2 market. How much in cash that you lost over that one employee?
One employee, 458,000 of the total in Tiati. And at that time there was no bank in Tiati. Today in Tiati, in Nichemolingo, we have a bank. So what is collected today is banked. But when that, it was during an insecurity period when that thing happened.
Honorable Ngotie.
Mr. Siror, are you telling us that all those people, maybe the revenue clerks, you have stopped them? The highest is 450 something. Is that what you want to tell us? And I want to warn you, or to caution you, not to warn you actually, we have details of these things. So just to caution you, not to say something which you might think that we are not aware. Are you saying that the highest person lost money and is out on disciplinary cases is 400,000?
Chair, you did not say the highest.
Yes, we want the highest
sample.
But now you can, Honorable Ngotie now is asking the highest of them,
yes,
the money that we've lost through one person.
Yes.
How much was it?
It can be accumulative or something like that. How much?
It is not a we had an highest one in here in town, but it was not a one-day thing.
Yes, I have said
they've
accumulative.
Said accumulatively.
Then we can confirm. I'm not a clear. I don't have a clear figure.
But
I'll forward you the case of the town. It's
a clear thing, and these are only 13 people.
Yes.
And you have your assistant here. Why are you saying you will confirm? If you have a case in Cabernet Town, and that is one specific case.
I think it was about what happened in Cabernet Town, so that we deployed a deputy assistant director of revenue. We lost about 800,000.
Yes.
And it is in court.
We have the records.
And it is in court.
Okay. And how are they collecting cash in Cabernet?
That was a fraudulent employee, which he did his own things in his own way. When we caught him, he said, I lost the checks. It was a fraudulent thing which happened in Cabernet Town. It's a fraud. And
Honorable Sharon?
Apart from Cabernet, and let's go to Tiati, where you said that there's one that took around 400K. Which market was that?
Ginyang market.
Ginyang. Do you have network in Ginyang?
We have network.
Why are you collecting cash in Ginyang? You see, that is where the loophole is. The reason why, am I correct to say the reason why you're collecting cash is for you to create loopholes, for you to steal public funds?
You will be lying. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
give
not
us,
on that.
tell us why you're collecting cash in a place where there's network.
In Kinyang, in the most part of TRT, most of our customers are cash full. They don't have their money in M-Pesa. Are we supposed to chase them to put M-Pesa when there is no M-Pesa in the market?
Director, you had said in your, that everywhere you go, there is a placard saying that money should not be collected in cash, right?
In our offices, not in markets.
Okay, why is it that you've not put that in the markets? Why do you want the Revenuecounty to lose revenue? Because of your laxity?
On that note, Honorable Sharon.
Let me finish.
Yes, okay.
Why are you doing that? And you know the reason why I'm going to insist on this point. You said you had actually said that you don't collect cash at all. The only places you're collecting cash is whereby there's no network. That was your word. Ginyang, there is a network. Why are we collecting cash?
Honorable Sharon, because you can see clearly, we have to make a ruling as the committee, but I want to cite this one, Lesute, that we have a memorandum here, that in 2020-2021, he lost 554,630. And in 2022, he lost 496,960. And you just cited that a show cause Y of 540,630 in 2020-21. And this is a letter that was written in 2024. From 2020 to 2021, up to now, what have you been doing? Because you can't just lose 500 and something for the county and you continue working. Yes. Thank you. Honorable Lekakimon.
What about the case of Lake Baringo? You have an office in Lake Baringo, and there are transactions on M-Pesa that there are a number of money disappeared in that transaction between an officer and a clerk. How much was lost, and how did you recover? How much did you recover over that case?
Honorable Lucales.
I'm really concerned on the issue of Losote. Why did it take them a whole 3 years or 4 years to act? That is to mean, Chair, there is a gap of responsibility by the officers who are here. And we can also conclude there are other cases now piling up for clerks and enforcement officer taking money by themselves and there is no action given. I even know some, but I will not disclose it here unless he wants to push me to say it. I know even some cases where a casual or an officer, clerk, takes money after a week and it disappears and no action has been taken up to date. When you are waiting another 4 years to take that action, that is to Siror and Seremo. Thank you.
Proceed. Hilary.
I'm not aware of that issue of Lake Baringo. Let me go and check, but the information, it has not reached my office. Yes, it has not reached my office, that information of Lake Baringo.
Honorable Ayengo.
Honorable Chair, I think, Honorable Chair, some people have to take responsibility. That one we beg. As a county, we can't allow to lose such amount of money and nobody takes responsibility. However, Chair, I want to go back to Siror Director. Siror, are you aware of someone by the name Patricia who ought to be your deputy?
I've answered that question, Chair.
Did we mention somebody Patricia before?
Chair, I've answered that question.
Was her name was her name Patricia mentioned?
Honorable Laengwa, I think it's in order as well. You can still repeat because he's still here. If it's about the employee that was deployed to his office.
Yes.
Please, you can still answer, Honorable Laengwa.
When Patricia,
for the sake of clarity.
yes, when Patricia was coming to Treasury, we had that issue of fraud in town. And we do not have a person we could send down. We discussed it together with the CEC, the CEO.
On that note, before you finish, so that you seek clarification, you don't answer any, we don't ask any questions about Patricia. She was deployed to your office under what responsibilities, and you send her away out of your office under which responsibilities?
So to double up, Honorable Chair, I think, if I'm not wrong, and I think the documents will serve us right. Patricia is supposed, you said you don't have a deputy. You have only taken him in office arrangement to be your assistant. But I want to tell this Honorable House, this committee, and it will be verified through the documents that Patricia was supposed to be his deputy.
She's still the deputy, but she's assisting me in town to put things in order.
And I'll still ask you, Hilary, please provide the documentation that you send her away out of your office, because the deputy should be in his office, not outside the office. Provide documents while you told her to go and work in town. Under what terms? Okay.
What is the attachment that Siror has with Robert, so that he's been given a deputy, a substantive deputy, but he has gone ahead to take Robert as his assistant without any formal written or any formal way that you are the deputy. And we are even learning, Chair, that Robert was just a casual worker until recently. Why are you sticking to Robert?
On that issue that you're saying they're stuck with Robert, there's an allegation that there's nepotism between you two. Let me make it clear so that when we get to our fact finding, this committee should to be informed, and they will furnish that there's nepotism between you two, Robert and Hilary. Proceed. Proceed, Honorable Sialo, and kindly let's wind up, members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Siror and the team, how much did we lose in our revenue collection in Lake Bogoria in the last financial year? How much did we lose in Lake Bogoria revenue collection in the previous financial year? But are you aware of one David Korio from Mogotio and Chepkazi, and there's a third person who are alleged to have committed an offense previously, but they were cleared, but you've not reinstated them to date? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Mathieu, as we went to get the answers from Hilary.
Yes. You had assisted me, Chair, by preempting my question, that in that department there is a case, some cases which we have received here of nepotism, favoritism, especially for people when you are transferring them to areas where we have higher collection of revenue. Can you confirm this to be the truth, or and we have examples because we have received the same from your department, from your staff, that there are cases where there is favorism to areas, you transfer people to areas, people you know, we don't know how you know them, to areas where there are high collection of revenues, while some are not given even duties in areas where we get a lot of revenue. Is it true? Director, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our transfer has been rotational, though it has been hindered by availability of transfer money. So we have done for quite some time. But we have been working lots, and the movement, I don't, some people even, I don't know in person, I don't know when the SIM comes in, but I'm sorry, if in the process of transferring them, such a thing as I don't know them, how it has been, but we need to pinpoint that this person, because you know him this way, you have transferred him from low to high, but I'm not aware of that. And transfer is not done by one person. If there was an SIM, it should be detected by the other person, because we cannot be up the SIM all over. We have a committee. If I have a proposal of transfer, I take to the department committee, we work on it, we see what is this person doing with committee of HOD is not zero alone. And then now we forward to the Human Resource Office, to the CS, he vets them, then the transfer is done. It is not done single-handedly.
Do you have minutes?
On issue of David Corio and Chief Kasi and Nene and Chief Kasi, they were three. It's a case. It was also a case of fraud. They plucked the documents. And they sold the document by a single business permit. We never get money. We got them. Disciplinary process in Baringo County is done at 3-level disciplinary process. We have the department disciplinary of HODs. You present, they present themselves. A judgment is issued. The second disciplinary process, we forward them to TIRAC. No, the CHIRAC. TIRAC is the department. It goes to TIRAC. The CHIRAC. From TIRAC to CHIRAC. That's of chief officers. They prosecute the case. If they find you that you have done a mistake, they recommend to County Public Service Board. That is the third level of judgment. And that is where you are now finally discharged. The process of lawsuit started in way back 2021, 2022, and it was concluded. Maybe it started long time ago. It came
and when that person is under that disciplinary, are they working?
No, they are on quarter salary or half salary. They are not working.
Thank you.
Yes. The verdict of TIRAC and CHIRAC, I'm aware they were sent away. Unless there's another reason. And the verdict of the Public Service Board was also they were dismissed, summary dismissal. And I believe Public Service Board is a continual, it does not have end. It was again reviewed by the current Public Service Board. And I don't know their verdict for now, but how can you review yourself? Public Service Board reviewed themselves of what they did initially. So I don't know the verdict of that. If there is another verdict, they have issued afresh.
The Public Service Board that is being reviewed is the same people, the same one who are currently working, or it is the other ones that
it
is 20.
I look at Public Service Board.
Yes. I know you want to say it's simultaneous, but yes. I'm just asking: is this team or the other team?
The other team dismissed.
Okay, thank
summary
you.
Dismissal.
Thank you.
It was again brought back. Yes, brought back, but I don't know how the appeal went in because I have no information. To talk of the city, we have counter-checking of receipts in our markets. There's a team of enforcement. To the few numbers we have, they check on the receipts that they are correct amount. We have a county act which was passed by, it came to this assembly and it was passed. We have a law, in effective administration. We have Baringo County Revenue Administration Act 2023, which was passed. So we have an act, another act for revenue collection. We prepare quarterly reports and monthly reports for consumption. Monthly reports goes to the CEO and CEC, MEP cabinet, but quarterly reports will goes to National Treasury, COB, it goes to various, even this assembly, there's a report of revenue which comes to this assembly. On Lake Bogoria issue, and when we want to compare Lake Bogoria and Masai Mara, we have been doing a disservice to ourselves on Lake Bogoria. We have never put enough money, put enough structures for us to repair up in Lake Bogoria. The road, even if I send you today to Lake Bogoria, is pathetic. You will not go back.
Siror, I was there to Lake Bogoria. There's a road that is being done by the government now. It's not that bad as it was. So please be factual.
Yeah. There is something which
and
is
kindly wind up.
And the gate will be going back to make it. I am seeing a tarmac road coming from the other end. It's good. There is something going on. A casual worker in Marigat collecting 20 million. I don't believe in this because annual collection of Baringo South, leave alone Lake Bogoria, is 24 million to 28 million. It will be difficult for one person who is a casual, which I don't know who is that. I think we need the name of that person to collect 20 million alone. That's a statement which I don't believe in because the whole of Baringo South, their revenue, excluding the Bogoria, we do about 20 to 28 million, but we can do better. I think I've covered many things. If I've forgotten some, yes.
Honorable Ayengo, please remind
which
me.
is actually mandatory, statutory, that you are supposed to every quarter to submit or to copies to the treasurer for revenue allocation, quarterly statements. Do you do that?
We do it.
And also to the CRA?
Yes, we do it. We do it, Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Sialo, as you wind up kindly.
Madam Chair, I think there's a question I asked and he has not answered. I asked you, how much did we lose as a county in Lake Bogoria in the last financial year? And then another one is that you mentioned the roads, that the reason why we are not receiving much revenue is because our roads are in a poor state. In the Department of Treasury and Revenue, we have fuel that is meant for revenue roads to repair and sustain these revenue roads. Where do this fuel go? Because currently, even in Mogotio, the revenue roads, the ones that are leading to these quarries in Mogotio and some other parts in Baringo, are in a bad state. Yet we have fuel for those roads, and we are not seeing any work that is going there. We have the machines, we have fuel that is meant for the revenue roads, and are not being used to repair the roads. Where do this money go? Thank
you. During last financial year, we lost about 160,000. I think about 160 to 200,000 Lake Bogoria, but we did that disciplinary process. They allowed some tourists to enter without paying. We were able to detect, and we did a disciplinary process, and we dismissed 2 people who were there on that particular day. On the fuel, Treasury, in revenue, we not have been allocated fuel for the last 1 year. We don't have a fuel for revenue roads. It was allocated to transport, and for Lake Victoria, it is in tourism.
Honorable Ngotie.
Okay, my other question is concerning to 29 casuals, and you've stated that you took 2 from Ravine. You are aware that in Ravine we have several ethnic groups, and we also have those who are not the Kalenjins. We have several. We have the Nubians, we have the Kikuyus, we have Turkanas, and so forth. Did you consider, considering that you took 2, did you consider those ones? And also, did you consider maybe people living with a disability, or you just took one ethnic group? That is my other question. And I still have another question, that previously you have been having a program of putting up shades, border shades. Are you going on with that? Is the program still there? And also, this number, star 288 ash, have you tried to sensitize the people that it is working and somebody can use it even in parking? Have you tried to go to the local stations to sensitize people that we have now a USD number which we can use? Because even me, I was not aware. And you remember in Nakuru, when they started their USD, even in Wasingishu, they sensitize going to local stations to tell the people about the availability of USD number. Have you done the same using the local and maybe even papers, even this social media and so forth? Have you tried that, please?
Thank you. When we were launching the USSD, we put all our towns, the billboards and the small advertisement. And if you look around here, you'll see some things which are affecting people outside our assembly here. Also, what we did at that time, we put an advert for 1 month in Radio Alva, Kas FM, and it was in 2 times our dailies. Newspaper Nation. We have been issuing even our annual reminders of single business permit and land rates in our newspapers and notices. We put that USSD code and pay bill number. On Porta sheets, we did a good job when we had issues with Porta, and they gave us a mandate that if you keep us Porta sheets, we'll pay. We had some fight. They were paying and we were fighting. So we moved with doing Porta sheets for quite some time, but it reached a point where we were denied funds. So we have not turned of late for the last 2 years. But we have places where there is need. If given a chance, we know those places. I think it's you members of the county assembly who meets with the people and the need, and that is where we were meeting with the need. We propose a budget and we do those sheds. We no longer have it. I'll check the list. It seems the disability was not factored in during the recruitment of casuals, but we'll consider in future. But we need another process, notice at the process. Thank you.
Did you consider the other group, which I have told you that we have several groups in Ravine?
They were considered during the recruitment. Unfortunately, we have a Turkana. And what?
Remember, you've said
not in casual.
You've said you don't know who has been who was employed in that.
So in casuals, we
don't mix yourself, my brother.
Sorry, in casuals we do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, I wanted to, through the chair, that Mr. Sirol provides us with areas they are collecting revenues in cash, stations which they usually collect in cash, so that we can know the areas which it's allowable to collect cash. I know there are not many areas, so kindly, Chair, if you can instruct that we, during that afternoon or maybe tomorrow, we get the areas which they are collecting in cash. Thank you.
Kindly, Larry, provide the same after 2:30, which is already passed. So put those documents together and send it here. And there's something that you didn't answer. Nepotism is not bad, because at times you can be relatives, but you need to put it in writing. You have to declare. Number 2 members, I think we leave for lunch.
Chair, let me correct that nepotism thing with Robert. We are not related in any way.
Honorable members, I'm allowing only 2 of you, Sharon and Honorable Locales, kindly go. And before that, the casuals have not been paid for the last 8 months. What is happening yet? You have money, because already you've stated that you've added another 29 casuals to your payroll, and you've not paid the other ones. So, and we are aware the budget is there. What is happening? Thank you, Honorable Locales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a clarity I wanted to make. First, a quick one is about Losute, and I want it to be very clear. Losute says that he was dismissed without a letter. Only the salary stopped, but no letter to confirm that he has been dismissed from job. So I will want Siror also to be very clear on that, if there is a letter effective when the Losute was stopped. 2, we are aware that there are markets which were opened, and those markets, there are volunteers on those markets. We are very much aware of those markets, and some of those volunteers are saying you are aware of their presence, but you have never considered giving them a token or a salary. What are you doing about these people who are helping the county to collect money? One of the classical case, we went to Chemolingot and we were told about Chepelion Market, which was happened in Koloa Ward, and the market has almost 2 or 3 people who are helping collect money in Chepelion Market, and they are also supporting Koloa Market when the need is there. And we have been told these people, one of them, a volunteer from Koloa, was moved to support the 2 in Chepelion so that they can help them with the machine. And the volunteer in Koloa is not in the system. And there's somebody who has just volunteered to help the county collect money. How are you paying these people? Or how do you do about this one? Are you intending to move the volunteer with a pin from volunteership to contract, or to casual, or what is the case? Because he is well trained, he has volunteered in Koloa for more than 2 years or 3 years, he has been supporting the county get money, but now there is nobody who has bothered on his wages. And these are people who are willing to continue supporting. We even asked them, Madam Chair, if they are ready to continue offering these services without a pay. And they were like, yes, so long as we have hope of getting a job in future. You see? Yani mtu anafanya tu kazi ya kanisa, kazi ya Mungu. Na nyinyi hamjakumbuka kupatia hata ile ya kusema asante kwa kazi ambayo anafanya. What are you doing about those such a cases? Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Sharon, be on your mic.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is actually to Seremwa. There were recent recruitments that were being done for the nurses. Are you aware of that? Are you Seremwa? Are you aware of that? For nurses?
No.
You're not aware?
No.
There's an allegation that a lady who wanted that job paid you, it's an allegation, some money for you to facilitate the recruitment process of that lady. Is that a lie or?
No, I don't.
What if we find out, do you want us to investigate that matter?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, to the director, there are instances whereby the CS, you get calls from the CS, Mr. Chepkwony, for you to employ certain enforcement officers. He has forwarded names to you before, right? Yes or no?
No.
No?
No.
Seremo, you're answering on behalf of Hillary.
I don't have those names. No.
Oh, no?
It's a no.
The enforcement officer in Kabartonjo that was recently recruited?
Unless Seremo answers, I'm not aware of the enforcement if he was recently recruited in Kabartonjo.
Another one in Kabarnet? They're said to be relatives to the CS. Do you know them?
No.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What if we find out is the truth?
Continue.
Continue with what?
With the truth. You are the truth.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
We wind up, members. I'm sure he has answered. You do have anything for the members?
Kales a summary dismissal for Losote. He was given a summary dismissal. From and he signed, he took it. We will restitute the delivery document which he signed when he was taking it.
Thank you, Hillary. Members?
Madam Chair,
Okay, Seremo.
there is one question asked by Honorable Kales, the issue of engagement of casual in Koloa, the volunteers. Well, Madam Chair, they are being engaged by the sub-county level, not us in the treasury. I remember one, Moses Ringei, is really working seriously and is really assisting. So, and he's also the pastor of that area. So, Madam Chair, that person is working, but is being, it was engaged by the sub-county level. Thank you, Chair.
So that ile miaka ilikuliwa na nzige ya pasta, kuna miaka imekuliwa na nzige tayari. Amefanya kazi ya bure. Can they move him from volunteer now to casual? Aendelee na hisia za wengine, kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa na sympathy kubwa wa chair wakati mtu amevolunteer na hako ready kuvolunteer. Tuliambia si waje kasa, akasema waja tu nijitoe, kuna wakati Mungu atanisikia. So nitaka niombe Seremo kama wanaweza kumove kutoka hiyo aendelee kusaidia county.
Yeah, it is our prayer. Because Moses Ringei is a dedicated servant and is also a pastor.
Yes.
He has been
I'm sure that is a request that is your answer are tired, and you're aware of who is the employing authority.
It's okay.
And
Thank you,
there are
Mr.
issues
Chair.
that we've discussed with you that are pertaining the CEC. You've mentioned the CEC in this meeting. So I'm ruling that our Director Revenue, you still appear with the CEC tomorrow, CEC Finance. And Sergeant Atam, I rule that you escort them as we break for lunch. And the next online after lunch is the payroll manager and the county director, human resource. Thank you, members. You can break.
Mr. Francis Kibinei Ayabei, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Welcome. Can you tell us your academic qualification, your HRM status, and kindly provide us with the overview of the county payroll since 2013 to date? Thank you. You can sit, if you can have a seat and just pull your mic down.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Francis Ayabei. I have a bachelor's degree in public administration. Also, a master's degree in sustainable international development. I have also higher diploma in human resource management. I am a member of Institute of Human Resource Management, number 010-653. 010-653. That's the membership of Institute of Human Resource Management. I have also attended all senior courses from Kenya School of Government. I completed senior management course from KSG. I also completed SLDB. I have also attended a human resource and development course in East and Southern Africa Management Institute in Arusha, Esami, and some other short courses from KSG. I was employed in the national government before I came to this county. I was in the ministry, ministry, until 2013, the inception of the revolution. I was posted to this county through the transition authority for a secondment of 3 years before we were supposed to recall back to give support to the counties. Fortunately, I was observed by this county in 2014, March, as in charge of payroll at Job Group Q. A substantive position that time is Deputy Director of Human Resource Management at Job Group Q. The deployment title is Payroll Manager. So I have served in that position until now. I'm still in charge of the payroll as Payroll Manager. And I also have served under 4 heads of human resource since then.
Members, proceed if you have a point to add on this. Let's. Okay, next, localist, Samuel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Mr. Francis Karibu. I'd like to ask you 2 questions. One is, kindly highlight to this committee the requirements and procedures on how an officer can have a payroll number after employment. You can even give, you can say in terms of how many months, how many weeks, how many years should one take to get a payroll number? And then second one, what is your role in this casual ulabalu in Baringo County? And what information do you have on the matters of casuals in the county? How many casuals do we have per department? Because you are a payroll manager. And what is your role? And what has been your role in their engagement? Because there is a lot of issue about the casuals here and there, this department, that department. Are all these casuals paid through payroll? Or how are they being paid? And what is your engagement? Are you involved in the process of identifying them? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I think I will start with the first question, the procedures for an officer to obtain a payroll number. First of all, if the officer is recruited by the the County Public Service Board, the list will be forwarded to the CS as a procedure. From there, that list of the appointees will be cascaded to HR. Then from there, the HR now will generate, there's a control paper called PCA, Pay Change Advice. They will open the files there from the HR. They will compile, they will compile the requirements which are needed. For example, appointment letter, authority from the board, confirm the funding from the treasury. After that, they now go to the details of that officer so that they open the file, like KRA pin is needed, the ID, birth certificate, all those things. I may not know about the HR, but let me start from where I will now get that, Nini. From the payroll, if all the things are correct, when I get from the payroll, I must also have a checklist, like confirmation, authority, and all those things, including the account number, birth certificate, all those things also. What I will do now, getting a personal number nowadays is, we use, it is online. We must go to GHRS. There is a procedure we will put in Excel. There's a lot of procedure there. We'll put in Excel, and then we forward for allocation. And then when it reaches the ministry, which they are mandated to give the personal number, it is Minister of State for Public Service, I think Nairobi. So every person now, even the officer who is employed, will be checking increase now. So, sorry.
The checked, Mr. Robert Francis. You have mentioned a procedure. How long are you taking? Does it mean that the procedure is taking a lot of time? That's why you want to explain to us by giving us all those, so that we may think it takes a lot of time. If practically, because you're a payroll manager and you're in charge of a payroll, and even the payroll number, you are the one to give out payroll number, not the HR. HR will handle other issues of the management, but you are the person concerned. Like today, the 5 files are in your hands today. For instance, for 5 people who are employed. How long will it take from you to submit those names to online to Nairobi? How long?
Thank you. For me to submit to Nairobi, only I need 3 days. At most 3 days, depending on the number of the employees who are employed. Only 3 days to be submitted to to the Greece. Only 3 days.
From the other hand, from now after 3 days, that's good. In fact, now the committee is getting good information. 3 days in your hands. How long is it taking to get back the numbers from the Greece?
For example, Francis, if we have like 243 employees, how long will it take for you to process those numbers?
243, it will take almost 2 weeks, 243.
You have not answered, Francis, the second question. Let me agree that is on your end. The 2 weeks is on your end, but you have not told us the other end, the Greece part. How long will it take to come back now so that locales can have a payroll number?
Sorry, Vice Chair. Sometimes Nairobi they take us rounds because they say they have many numbers. You wait, we follow up. For example, if the number are few, for example, the last two, I think we processed the other one last month. This month, not last month, this month, and I was able to process within 2 weeks because I followed up. There were only 13 of them, so I followed up. I finished my work. I followed up in Nairobi. I called them sometimes. So only 2 weeks. Yes. Sorry.
You want to mean that there are people who are employed lately? Lately, the 13 of them that you're trying to seek for the IPPD number?
I think there were some few who are plant operators. There were 13 of them.
Chair, I think this is another new information we are getting, and there is no offense for Francis to tell us the truth because he's under oath. Now, Francis, 13 takes you 2 weeks. Out of 243 as said by the chair. Yeah, just give us an approximate time that you may take for 243. Yeah, and ideal, and now that you follow up also, like what you follow up for the 13.
Chair, let me explain something a bit. The issue of personal numbers, it involves also the officers, and sometimes, because in the online, the officers must upload their details and confirm from that online. So sometimes the officers from far end may not know unless we call them so that we enlist from here, because it is individual. So sometimes we get, the process will get longer because of that, the individual officers.
Second question, now let me leave that to the chair, he will give direction. Let's go to the second question. You have answered the first question. Did you get it well, or I repeat it again? Good, proceed.
The issue of casuals, personally in the payroll, we don't pay any casual in the payroll. We only have officers on contracts and permanent staff. So casuals, I'm not aware, and even I don't know, I'm not even aware of the list, any list.
How are the 243 casuals paid? How are they being paid? Can you tell the committee? Do you have an information, or do you know how the 243 casuals are being paid? If they are paid outside the payroll, how is it done? So they get their money in their accounts, because they get money in their accounts.
As I think I said, I'm not aware of any 243. I'm not aware of casuals. We don't have any name of a casual in our payroll or even in our office.
Francis, There were some casuals that they were saying they were being, before their payment, they said they processed their IPPD number and it has taken way too long and they've been to Nairobi and they are just waiting for the information from Nairobi. Could there be another payroll department apart from you in the county?
There's no any other payroll in this county apart from this one of assembly and the other one of executive. We don't have such names of 243.
Or they are in contract? Are there other 243 contractual staff whom you are processing their IPPD?
No, Chair, I don't have those names of 243.
Thank you, Honorable Lucan. Let's proceed.
Let me end my question by asking Mr. Francis that do you mean that only those you are processing their payments are those with the numbers and those on PNP, or you have others in that payroll that you are paying and they don't have numbers?
Chair, we don't have any casual in the payroll. We just pay those who are in PNP and contractual. And all of them are in the payroll. We process their numbers. So we don't have any person paid outside payroll.
So the least paid person in your payroll, how much is he earning or her? The least. Those contractual or whatever you call them.
The lowest.
The lowest payment in the payroll, how much is it?
The lowest person is those who are in job group D. Job group D.
How much is a job group D paid?
Job group D is around, if you, okay, basic salary and house allowance, hardship or whatever, they're around over 30 something, 37, like that, before the tax.
Honorable Sharon Keter, proceed.
Okay. Before I proceed with my question, I wanted to do a follow-up on the issue of casual workers. Payroll manager, are you aware that I'm sure you're aware that we have casual workers in Baringo? Are you aware that you do have casual workers working in different departments in Baringo?
Chair or committee, I've just heard of recently that there are some casual workers being paid all over within the county, but I'm just hearing like another person that there are some casual workers.
I've seen that you've said you're an HR, you have a diploma in HR. If I go to IHRM portal, I'll get that you're up to date. You're sure?
Unless subscription, I don't know, but...
you know, you've taken oath and I don't want us to go around in circles. Have you paid your subscription or not? Yes or no?
I paid, but I don't know if I am still active.
When did you last make the payment?
Francis Ayabe, those are personal responsibilities and you really know the facts. Kindly answer the member, yes or no.
I know that the last time I paid the subscription is last year, November.
So it is yes or no?
I paid, yes, I paid. Yes, last year, November.
For this year? Have you paid for this year?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah. Which month are we at right now? Is it the month of May?
May.
When are you planning to pay?
I was requesting my employer because sometimes employer pays for us.
Please, you can't be overburdening Baringo on small things like that. When are you going to make the payment? And do you know that you're operating a payroll, which is an HR work, and you don't have the requisite professional qualification, not qualification, things that you're supposed to be doing professionally?
Committee member, I was checking last week. I was still active, so
You're not active. You're not active.
Okay, I am planning to pay this.
How much are you supposed to pay?
5,000.
5,000 is what you're making the employer. You're making a. Is that, you know, I lack words. Do you want? I can ask people. We can contribute the members here and pay for you. Is that what you want us to do? 5,000. Okay.
No, I will pay this June.
You'll pay this June?
June, I will
You
pay.
could say, I'm going to pay when you're, immediately when you're out of this place.
Okay, I will do.
Do you know that you're not in, you are actually operating illegally? All right, number 5, on matters PWDs. Do you know that we have PWDs who are working at the executive?
I am aware.
How many are they?
The retirement age is 65 years old.
65 years old.
Yes.
Robert Oule, who works at Ngoron Dispensary. Do you know him? Has he retired? Has he retired? Yes or no?
He's retired.
When?
2 years or 1 year ago.
You know, payroll manager, you're lying to this committee. How old is Robert? Is Robert still working at the Ngoron Dispensary at the moment?
I'm not aware, committee. Aule?
Yes.
He retired. He attained the age of 60, but I don't. Yeah, I know he attained.
Robert is a PWD. And you've just stated that before his time.
Okay, let me explain committee members about Robert Aule.
60? But 5 years ago, right now is around 60? 4. You've not paid him for the last 4 years. And you know, age is something that is a number. You cannot saying that it's giving stories about that. Why is it that you're retiring Robert? Okay.
To the file of the officer, the said officer, I think the said officer came to retire at 60 years old. After retiring, we have even issued with something called LPC last certificate with no complaint by that time. And then down after 1 year, he came. And if some of you may be aware,
a payroll manager, are you saying that he asked for an early retirement?
No, he was not when he was retiring. It was just normal. He came.
Honorable Locales.
First of all, Chair, let me confirm. I am the MCA from Tirioko, and I have known 30 years now. And Robert is, one of his legs is disabled by feet. And he was born disabled. He was employed disabled. Only that the problem is he had his certificate told to go and register again. How many times will I get registered? For you can even see with your own naked eyes, when he walks here, he will be limping if he gets to this room now. this room. So Ayabe telling us that Robert was not disabled by the time he was retiring is false, Chair. It's misleading this committee.
Honorable
And he
Locales,
must apologize, Chair.
Honorable Locales, I would like to ask Ayabe if you've interacted with these documents. We have the ID, the national ID. Was it included in his documents? Yes, the national ID.
Committee, I want to.
Was there national ID for the PWDs in his documents?
Yes, I saw it.
Honorable Sharon?
I
The issue of the PWD.
Okay, let me. You just first need to apologize to Robert. Clearly, you can see this is someone living with disability. Since birth, how long will you continue to marginalize people who are already marginalized? I kindly request that you apologize. Apologize to Robert.
I am only interacting in the payroll. In the payroll, all along, the listed as a PWD. So I may not know. I just saw him physically that is or whatever in the payroll.
But Ayabe, honestly, you came to your office and you saw him as a PWD. Why did you have to remove his documents from the payroll system?
When he came for last pay certificate, him that is limping by that time, but already he had retired by.
Did you remove his last pay before seeing him?
Of an officer.
What is the procedure to return him back to get his dues?
The procedure is we must write to again, but the regulation of Public Service Commission, I think it's also in the Gazette Notice Legal of 2020, requires that for somebody to retire at 65, if you check in that Public Service Commission Gazette Notice, I think number 70, clause 2B, it says that somebody, so that he qualifies or she qualifies for 65 years, it must be registered as WD 3 years before retirement. In that section of that cassette. So we had also instruction from the considered for the 65 must be prior to retirement. So the issue
with us at Ngoron Health Center, what was his documentation?
Normal person.
Honorable Sharon?
As per the records.
Chair, we are taking that. You said there are how many?
45.
Of the disability guide allowances.
I am aware.
Those persons living with disability qualified for this allowance.
According to, I was given a list a month ago or 2 months ago.
Yes. Think, because when you think it's something that you've not seen.
I have seen a list of 10 of them, and when I saw the list of 10 of them, SRC circular of disability guide allowance, there was some requirement that that person must be certified by a medical doctor in accordance with the.
Okay, payroll manager, we are aware of all those information and we know they already went and they are forwarded to you so that you can make the payment, made the payment of the allowances to date.
And in additional to that, you decided to pay 1 and you left 9. So as you explained, please give us the reasons why.
When I saw their files were signed by the nurses, not qualified doctors, even by that time, so I raised a
Payroll money. What?
yes.
Not qualified doctors.
Yes.
They were signed by. How do you know the qualification of a doctor? How will you know?
A medical doctor is somebody starting with doctor, just a person like.
Do you know those people personally? The one that the one that signed. We have fake doctors in Baringo County. Who are you to doubt? Who are you to doubt a report that has been done by the Baringo? It was done at Baringo, at Cabernet. Is that the case?
Yes.
So if it came from our referral hospital of the report, what made you to question it?
I am sorry. I did not. But I saw the minutes, the procedure they use. Even the minutes were not signed.
And let's assume the minutes were signed by one person from the list.
Yes.
That person, I saw the doctor. You know, those their files. Most of them went to a different doctors. So that one.
Let me ask you, payroll man. And even that one, that particular one in Mogotio, how much did you pay?
That disabled person in Mogotio?
Yes.
The whole of allowance.
How much?
They are 20,000.
Why didn't you not pay the allowance in arrears?
Committee members, it will be.
Ayabe, let's even cite one Koimet, because I'm sure you know all of them. It's Koimet who always comes to your office. Do you need a doctor to tell you that Koimet is a PWD? And Caro? Yes. Do you need a doctor to tell you Caro is a PWD and Koimet? I want us members, let's cite the two because they came here. Do you need a doctor to tell you Koimet and Caro are PWDs? Who signed the documents of Caro and Koimet? How did you doubt that they say they are PWDs and they are not?
I think committee members, I did not doubt those things. The documentation were not proper by that time. Then I returned back and even
members, Ayabe, you've decided to frustrate the PWD in Baringo County. And that is a fact. And plus, when are you going to pay the PWDs their dues?
And through the chair in arrears.
Let me, okay, Chair.
Yes, you pay them in. They are not signed by doctors. We want to see the documents that initially you said they are not doctors. Documents that were signed on Tuesday at PCRH again for the second time. You frustrated them and you still want to buy your own time so that you lazy around and not to pay them. Can you furnish us with those documents and just tell us when are you going to pay these PWDs? Don't give us stories.
Okay, thank you. I received evening that report from you know, they reviewed, okay, and I'm going to pay
Ayabe and Honorable Sharon, let's allow that one to be the ruling of the committee. Ayabe have said is going to pay the PWDs who qualified at the end in the month of June. Ayabe, you are not going to into circles. Just say yes or a no. And if it's a no, you give us reasons. If it's a yes, we
Authority, you know, I also depend on authority, the HR and whichever. If they will say pay from
but
that
when
time,
you made by people who are not doctors, you didn't seek any authority. But when it's time to give them their dues, you want to take them to the merry-go-round. Please, special people in the community, and they're struggling to move around. Please pay them their dues.
I will pay, Chair.
Okay.
I will pay.
I would love to know the report that you got back yesterday. Are they for the 9 persons? Right? So you got another report yesterday. Are they all qualified? Oh, now you know that.
You were told or you received a document that PWDs.
They were 9, but I'm told 2 of them.
The document that from the MedSup. There were how many?
The 2 will come later.
Okay, so are you going to pay the 9 or the 7? So that will be clear. Are you paying the 7 or 9? Are you paying the 7 or 9?
I will pay all of them who qualify.
Thank.
Yes.
The first one? The first one? The one? Are you going to use that one?
I will use.
And what about the 2?
Honorable you as well, you call back, ask for the report for the 2 so that it accompany with this ones to be a total of 9. Members, let's.
I know Koimet didn't go because Koimet is already. I'm not going anymore. You guys are frustrating me. Yeah, so I think my opinion is that they are paid based off the first.
Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think they've not complied with the procedure. I think he's also subjected to some laws and regulations. So he cannot just act on an issue that has not been conclusively. Number 2, to the payroll manager, this is what I want to know. From the hospital to you, confirming that we've confirmed these 10 PWDs to process their allowances, or you receive instructions from the CS, or you receive instructions from the HR director. Thank you.
The last instruction I got from the HR, and they had some minutes which were not signed by that time. So.
How about the recent one? Did it come from the HR?
Direct from the MedSup.
Or the HR? Who is your boss?
My boss is the HR, and my boss is the.
Is that the procedure?
That's not the procedure, but it was off, so I was the acting HR. So that is why.
Members, let's proceed. Honorable Ngoti.
Okay. Departments are on secondments, and was the required procedure
from other departments?
No, I mean even in your department and other departments. Because you are in charge of payroll, you know them.
In the payroll now, I don't have any person
in secondment.
Let me cite an example of Faith Chepkorir.
Chair, I am not aware of such name in the payroll, but unless I check,
an employee that was seconded from the prison, and the letter was signed by the county secretary, and she's in our payroll. Is it true?
That's not true. I don't have such name, and I have not even received any letter to include in the payroll.
So if I made a ruling, person that is being paid by Baringo County government and she is under our payroll, make you violate the law, are you going to take the liability?
True.
I think from what I heard from the payroll manager, he confirmed to us that he came through as a conman to the current position that he's holding now. Yet he's saying he is not aware of anyone. Himself came through secondment. And I want him to confirm to these honorable members of committee.
I'm not, oh sorry, I'm not in Baringo from 2014.
Honorable Ngotie?
A position to know how many jobs have been advertised since 2021.
I am not in a position unless I go and scrutinize, because the custodians of the files are in HR, so I am not able to know at the moment. But if given time, I will get.
Plus their payroll numbers.
Yes.
How long will it take you?
To get the people who are employed by this county.
From 2021.
From 2021.
From various departments.
Two or 3 days.
I would want to ask you, the 13 plant operators whom you're trying to get them the IPPDs,
they were employed
last year was which year?
2024.
And Honorable Ngotie is asking of which year?
2021.
The payroll numbers. In 3 days, but the chair will rule about that.
Honorable Sialo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you clarify, among the 13 drivers, employed through which department, and did they go through the Public Service Board, or they were sent to you directly through the County Secretary or the HR Director?
The 13 drivers went through all process from the service board. They were duly signed.
There was an advert for that, an advertisement for the jobs.
Because unless I go to their files, I just receive authority from the board, and I have all authority, everything.
Thank you, Honorable Ngotie. Kindly wind up. And Honorable Lekakimones, you continue with your questions after you finish.
I just want to know the 13, the 13 plant operators, are they contractual or they are on PNP?
Thank you, committee member. They were just given a contract of 7 months.
Honorable Lekakimon, proceed with your questions. Honorable Ayengo,
Yes,
proceed
thank you.
with your point if
Yes.
it's concerning Honorable.
No. Problem also.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, Honorable Mr. You are actually the one managing our payroll. Can you tell us, do we have a scheme of service for county service? Our workers, do they have a scheme of service?
Most of the cadres, they use the scheme of service that is from the national government, like doctors, nurses, all cadres, scheme of service.
Then, how?
Ideally, it depends on if they are common cadres, they are supposed to be promoted. Like after 3 years, they are supposed to be promoted.
Is that happening in our county? Are you following the same? Because you are saying you're using a scheme of service. Because we have had, Mr. Yabe, we have had 10 years, 15 years without promotions. We have had workers who get promoted.
Committee members, I can say, okay, we have such cases.
Then what to be championing their promotions? You know, our county should not be an animal farm. We should have, and as you handle the payroll, are there special workers after 3 years, another stay for 10, 15 years? What should they do so that they get promoted? And again,
Committee members, I don't have any role. I am just a hand user and implementing the decision of the board. So me, I don't have any role. So,
yourself?
Yes, so I don't have any role.
To that one, you have not done it well. Let me move on to the next meeting. Are you getting it? Do we have workers who have acted in various capacities? You even gave us an example that you. Do we have in such cases where one is acting on?
Honorable member, I interacting in such cases. I'm just waiting in the payroll and pay and pay.
Whose work?
This is the HR.
The human resource?
Yes.
Correct. Like for the case, so we reserve that one for the human resource.
Yes.
What about, do we have members who have some workers request for transfer, others are transferred following the need? Do you pay them?
If I receive.
And have you been paying?
Paid them.
Of late, you have not
Yes.
been paying?
Yes. There's something called PCA. We use PCA, pay change advice, which is being signed.
Pay change advice.
Yeah.
The regulation is that they must be paid when they are moved without any request.
The HR manuals have to be paid. In fact, he's saying have to be paid 3 days prior to being transferred.
So that's not your work.
That's not my work. Or given the file.
Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless my colleague wants to. Okay. Thank you. Bonaya Bay.
Yes.
What are their positions?
They are clerical officers and assistant.
Okay. I want to ask you, before you enter names to the payroll system, who gives you instructions?
Before we enter any name to public service, I think the payroll, passport to the CS is generated. So we introduced the issue of PCA recently. Time ago, we just get a letter from the public service board and the CS.
That is it true, as per your submission here, that there are no staff being paid outside IPPD or outside payroll? Completely, none even one study leave, and they are paid. Are you aware of some of them, one or two, who went to the abroad, but still you are going ahead to pay their salaries, even while they're in abroad? They have left the country and left service.
I may not be aware because my work is only to pay. If I am not given the instruction, unless I hear some rumors and investigate, I am not aware. I just pay every month.
Okay. Did you receive instructions to enter names? These extension officers, employees from the fisheries department, them did you receive in the last financial year?
Committee members, though I may not remember, but I can remember, we received around 149 names by 149. And we tried to peruse everything, and we got around one or documentation for inclusion in the payroll, and then we included.
So you, after checking on your checklist, you realize that two of the employees from the Department of Agriculture could not qualify to be entered in the system.
Yeah.
What were the reasons? Is it that they did not attach the IDs, the KRA PIN certificate, the NSSF, the NHIF or SHA details? What was the issue?
Okay, one of them, if I can remember, was just a certificate, but that was not my work. The certificate she had.
So the person came with a certificate in agriculture, and he was employed as a? So is he not supposed to be employed because he has a certificate of?
Ayabe, what was the query that you questioned?
I think the query.
So after you queried, did they support? Provide the?
It was not provided, but that officer was not even included. By that time, they just removed it, and that was the end of it.
Okay, and the name came from the Public Service Board. The name of the employee came from the Public Service Board. Yes, please. You will rule on that. My second question, Bonaya Bay. You've even claimed that you've stagnated for over 10 years.
True.
During the first regime of our Honorable Governor Cheboy, he had employees, and I understand they were tenure employees. And upon exiting the office as the governor, before ushering in the new, subsequent governor, he left behind who were on tenure basis.
Committee member or through the chair, the service board, and he applied or she applied, and then they went through all the procedure and were employed.
So it is true they were employed, all of them.
They went all through the recruitment process and then they qualified.
Okay, so it means their contract was not extended, but they applied for a new position and they were granted.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Now, when the second governor with these staff, some of them were in the GDU department under the office of the currently the county secretary. After Kiptis left, no advert for them to join service. After he left, there are staff who worked under the county secretary, current county secretary, who was by then the DG, who remained in service to date. I want you to clarify if there were positions that were advertised for them to be absolved or instructions from some quarters for you to extend their contracts and probably put them in the
of those officers, me, I'm just receiving the instruction from the board or the county secretary that so and so has been appointed on this and this. So I'm not aware of those one.
So if I may ask, someone by the name David Kandie Koech, in your payroll data information, is he on contractual basis or is on a PNP terms?
David?
David Kandie Koech, there are about 4 of them: Christopher Patrick, Kibogong, Frida J. Limo, John Toroitich Limo. Kindly clarify that.
I've exited upon lapsing of their contract. Their contract lapsed.
Remember, you took oath, and remember we are in record. We are on record. I mean, these employees left service. Are you sure? We do not just ask questions out of, and what you are informed about. I'm asking you, are you telling the committee that these people left the service, but they're still in office?
I mean the 3 of them left the service, and the other one was on PNP.
Who was on PNP?
I think a lady, I don't remember the name, but the 3 of them expired.
So as we speak, the 3 of them no longer work for Baringo County.
I don't know whether they are working, but I am not paying.
Madam Chair, I think we would like him to table the service and the last time they hand salary from our county. Now, the one you're saying is on PNP. Who gave you instructions to enter his data into the system as PNP?
Through this chair, that person was on PNP. He was by the, I think 20 2019, if I can remember very well, by the county secretary by that time. The board were not there by that time, and the county secretary by that time was board. In 2018 to 2020, is board, and I think the county by the former secretariat wrote a letter that appointed on PNP.
Okay, so you confirm that confirmation to PNP in between 2017 to date. There was nothing like that.
2017.
Yes, to date.
Of that, she got a letter in 2019.
So you confirm the employees that used to work as governor, they were staff under the Department of GDU. And I happen to have been their team leader by then.
I am aware.
So it was a secondment or it was an extension of contract? What was it?
He was appointed to a new position again there. Remember very well, but I know he had some old documentation. He was not a GDU again, a different position, and seconded to Kimosusu.
He applied and he was successful.
I think I am not, okay, I got an instruction. I don't know about the advert. It's not my work to follow whether there was an advert. Everybody, like around 6 people side.
Okay.
I'm just down there.
I get you.
Now.
That left service.
All of them left, apart from that one.
Apart from Zafania?
Yes.
Okay, from your data, did the job group change from the one he was holding in the public, I mean, in the GDU? Currently now, when he is working with the Chimatsus?
The job group did not change.
It is the same. So if it is the same, then it means he was just transferred on the same capacity, but on a different assignment.
I think so.
Okay, madam.
Honorable Lega Kimon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask Ayabei, in working in areas that don't earn hardship allowances and they are paid hardship allowances. Why are officers paid the hardship?
For example, to Kabarnet or even Tiati, I may not in a position to know whether that officer is transferred or not. Because the department sometimes can transfer, so I'm not aware of those officers.
Transferred from an hardship area to areas that don't earn the hardship cuts, but we have some specific officers that are earning hardship allowances, yet they are in areas that that hardship allowances is not provided. Are you aware of those ones, or?
Where it has been blocked hardship, automatically you will not get it. So if the department will transfer silently without me knowing, I will not be in a position to know unless we do frequent head count, something like that, because I may not in a position to know if this person, so I may not in a position to know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Yapei, following you don't enjoy hardship, automatically the system stops the hardship allowance. From maybe Marigat to Eldamaravine. Is the system lenient for those who move to Eldama Ravine and ash for those who move out of Eldama Ravine? Is the system automated only for those going out?
It will automate all of them, both of them. If you are file and the letter that so and so is transferred to Ravine, so that I change my record letter. If I am not given that letter, or
following what he said, Mr. Yabe, he said for those moving out of Ravine, where there is no hardship.
Yes.
The system is quick to stop the system is quick to hurt the hardship.
Is it true?
Yes. And when one is moving from, the system is slow. And it is from you who said.
Committee member, it is true. I think I said, and I will I'll still say it. If I am given the letter that so and so has been transferred to Eldama Ravine, I will just click a button, it will stop salary. So if I am not given.
So you want to tell this committee that those who are earning additional illegally will continue earning it illegally because the system does not recognize them? Normally get the information from the station, and therefore this is a station that does not earn hardship allowance, and then you continue earning until we get colleagues working in the same environment, the area that are earning hardship allowances, yet what? That this person is earning hardship allowance.
If the work of transferring officers rests with the function of a chief officer of that department, if the chief officer an hardship area and she did not or did not report to HR, but any officer who I am given to effect in the payroll, I will do automatically.
Illegally. Do you now have a system of recovering that money for the months or the years that he has stayed in an hardship area that is not supposed? Do you recover? Or
but those who are doing the head count who are the service board, so even if I am given the list, I will effect automatically, and also if I am instructed to recover, I will recover.
Honorable Ngoti, have you made your submissions?
Do we have any in our payroll? Are you in a position to know that this person is a doctor, this one is a leather technologist, this one is an agricultural?
Pardon again, Honorable?
I'm asking, you don't have to answer if you are not in a position to. Do we have?
I'm not in a position to know a letter officer, okay. But I saw during recruitment I think that one has been deployed again to somewhere else, but I am not aware.
So you are aware that he has been deployed? Qualification of the leather technologist, the requirement.
See, the advert was with the service board and the scheme of service.
No, but you know the intent comes from somewhere, not the service board.
It comes from the.
So in a position to know whether the officers you have just said about.
One of them was not employed.
So 148.
Yes.
And do you know the advert? How many were required?
committee members, I am not aware. It is the service post. You know, I am just given the letter.
You don't have to answer.
And is it possible that service board can employ more than what it was advertised?
Ideally, it is not sub.
Honorable Sharon.
You told us that during 2019, an officer was employed by the CS because we did board by that time. How many officers have been employed in that, like that, not using the service board?
From 2019 and backwards again, it was the CS by that time who was, we have been getting letters and instruction from the CS by that time, from 2019 and backwards, even to 2013. The CS was responsible for, they are just giving us letters by that time.
For permanent?
Permanent, whether permanent.
No, I'm talking about permanent, PNP.
I don't know the procedure, but if the board, the service board were absent for the 2 years, them to a course, the Public Service Commission, where, so that the members.
What could be the reason why they would?
If I can remember, just remember only, there was a tug of war, in legal war by that time, employment, people were taken to court, there were a lot of delay.
Honorable Sharon Ketel.
Mine is called Joel Kiplimo, who is actually on the payroll.
The other name? You have so many Kiplimos?
Joel.
I don't remember, but I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Employed when? Because there are so many staff in the payroll.
How many do you have?
Around 3,700 and something.
3,000. Yeah, I can actually give you a benefit of doubt on that. But I'd like you to go and check and bring to us the information of Joel Kiplimo. He's a social worker who is not currently in the country. He's in Europe and is earning salary from us while he's not working. Please check that.
Please, may I have his either ID number or personal number?
Joel Kiplimo Chemirmir.
Oh, sorry. I know.
Oh, where is Joel?
Joel resigned. He went to Europe and resigned.
Oh, so he's not on our payroll?
He's not on our payroll.
Thank you.
He was awarded.
When was the last time he was paid?
It was, I don't know whether it is this month or last month. I know he resigned, I received information, but he gave us a 1 month notice.
Oh, so
In March.
Resigned and gave us a notice of 1 month.
I think we are where he left service like almost.
The correct procedure. And after the lapse of those days, he gave us a 1 month notice.
Thank you, Francis Ayabe. The Sergeant at Arm, kindly escort. And Francis Ayabe, kindly join in.
and a member of this committee.
Ayengwa John, member of this committee.
My name is Sharon Keter, a member of this committee.
Honorable John Tarus, a friend to the committee.
Of the county. Say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Expect also that you reply them as they are. Kindly introduce yourself. Your HRM number. We understand there is a good standing and a bad standing, and then you elaborate on day-to-day duties. With explaining, when you elaborate those, your day-to-day, you explain that at least the 10 key responsibilities of your county human resource, as a county human resource director. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Rutich Andrew. I'm the Director of Human Resource, Baringo County. Life from my academic life. Yeah. Management. Currently, I'm pursuing. I have completed my coursework, and I am on human resource. My experience, I joined working service in Kenyatta Hospital, worked with sovereign group of companies as the youth with my PhD, then left Moi University and worked with an NGO called African Center for Women in ICT. Then later on, human resources, which I applied, and I was given the position. So currently that is where I am at, which is the substantive position I'm holding currently.
Okay, now
the Directorate of Human Resource, 12 officers, and the functions of the department basically are human resource functions. Among others that the department is in charge of.
Still in that, to tell this committee at least 10 responsibilities of on a day-to-day activities, what you're doing, basically to related, you are part of your responsibility, but I wonder like at least 10 key responsibilities.
Is that I lead a team that ensures that all HR functions are delivered where need be. I'm contracting through ensuring that targets responsibilities is that I ensure that all relating to the HR issues are handled and addressed. I also, that is made up of all the chief officers. I also ensure that all deductions, relevant bodies, those are just some of the things that I do on a daily basis.
Of staff?
Yes and no to certain levels. The reason why I say yes or no is my role as the human resource director. And my role is very simple. Whenever there is a budget, so whenever departments want to either fill positions or recruit new employees, so they write requesting through the so we try to help them to develop what we call an indent. So we try to help them to develop what we call an indent. So I support them in developing indents. And in developing in description is provided in the handed back to the requisitioner who is the chief of in the handed back
to the requisitioner, who is the chief officer. The chief officer will. Have we captured also what they wanted? And if they have a choice to deliberate with. They will sign as the hiring manager. If you look at the form that we use, the indent, it has a position for. It is returned back to HR to transmit it to Treasury. And the purpose of Treasury is to transmit it to Treasury. And the purpose of Treasury is to replacing. So from there, the moment they have confirmed availability of funds, then they will sign. The moment they have signed, it is taken to the. From there, I don't participate in any recruitment because them also they have a in the board.
Okay, you have said very well, but
records
of all the records.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And while confirming that,
yes,
I want you to tell this committee if you are able to tell us some of.
Thank you, member, chair, through the chair. I am very much aware of the case of Oule. He is now. Now, what did we do for Oule? Oule came requesting to be. Initially, was not registration as a PWD. Now, by the time he was applying, it was almost towards the end of his what do you call contract, which is for approval, because the board must approve as required. The board took a bit longer. Oule was out of the payroll, having reached 60 years. Now, what did we do? Payroll, we were told Oule's, they said he requisition. I know Oule. Oule cannot write a letter.
Yeah.
He's a semi-literate, he's an illiterate person.
Yes.
So for requisition of that, nobody was ready to give me an answer. Now, we have actually struggled with the issue of Oule to a level now that we asked the board to write to whether there is a possibility of reinstating Oule back. Because I know I have received a letter that shows that Oule is still working in the dispensary that he is. And I think
yeah.
So I have the whole history about Oule. Oule alone. There is also a lady called Jane Kitilit, who happens to come from there. The unfortunate thing about the issues of these people from law, that also refuses us to reinstate such people.
But it is also the prerogative of your position to advise your workers.
Yes. Go to a file of Oule. I'm the one who signed the letter that sent him to the office. I'm also the one who wrote the letter, so that also we complete the process of ensuring that Oule is exempted.
Tarotich, are you also aware of the 9 people living with disabilities whose case came to your office? Those who...
In terms of how did it come and how it ended?
I've asked you, are you aware of the 9 and what happened? Because there were 10 and 1 was paid. He all qualified.
Yes, and that is why I needed to bring a bit of a history. Actually, the person who marked to me was the CEC, Director Take Action on Discussion. Following the discussion in Chirac, Chirac recommended an appointment of a committee chaired by the Chief Officer for Health. That process went on. We received a report. When we received a report, we actually... And in the report, initially the people who attended were, out of the 45 PWDs in the county, 22 attended payroll in terms of implementation. Now, in terms of how it was, the one was chosen, I am not aware, because now that is the payroll manager's
What
decision.
was the obstacle at the payroll office?
People would not qualify. Then I asked them, who else will... Then I left at that point, because when people don't want to implement and they have obstacles, we went even the...
As I've been on a point of information for a very long time. Kindly proceed.
Chair, that is very clear. We can see the problem lies at the payroll. But now onto in Baringo County.
Yes.
Are you aware of the...
PhD instead of CHR?
I'm asking you,
Yes.
according to the law, will the PhD bestow you the power to perform as an HR, or is it the practicing certificate?
Even currently, I can be, no.
So even as we sit right now, you are actually acting illegally. Isn't that the case?
Yes, I've applied for registration, awaiting approval so that I can pay.
When did you start your employment in Baringo?
I joined in 2021 end.
You're saying the act came in place when?
It wasn't a requirement in 2021 because even the advert that we... It wasn't a requirement in 2021 because even the advert that we...
I had the human resource saying that who directs the payroll officer to act? Does he get direction from you, or he gets direction from
discussion on this issue of PWDs? Even the CS, and I hope the CS, when he appears, he may be able to shed light. I mean, I'm very certain that the CS even gave instructions that the 9 be paid. However, the same list was resent back to the team for assessment.
To Shirak, it went to County Public Service Board, and then the 9 that were qualified, the team of doctors. Yes. And the 10 named allowance is implemented, and the others are shelved. Then we are one.
And on that note, Andrew, the one PWD was paid, and the 9 who remain, senior or junior?
Well, I with their files, because they go with the files. It took too long. So many things were raised that some of them don't qualify. I was told that one was implemented. So the other stuck. We went to the CS. We had a discussion with the same list. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Engo.
Mr. Rotich, yes. You said you are on leave. Yes. When was this implementation of one disability, one disabled worker paid?
November. It was actually a circular. It's a 2019 circular.
The payroll manager acts on whose instructions?
It is supposed to be my office.
Who listens to from the doctors?
Chair, when, as I told
so that what we need to be very clear, yes. Mr. Rotich, is why was one worker disability taken, paid, and you alluded earlier that maybe in terms of payment, maybe.
But Chirac had approved. We issued PCA. A PCA is a pay change advice. And if the payroll can do is write a memo back, which he did.
So can we conclude to say, yes, the failure to pay the 9 lies between you and Ayabei?
I have a limit in the payroll as to what I can do.
And you are saying that you are the one advising?
Who does the policy in HR, in that department?
There are 2 ways. Policies can be initiated by the executive, but it is the mandate of the Public Service Board to ensure that there are policies in place.
Department or shared with the Service Board?
We have done, that is a challenge we have in this county, that we lack.
So far so good. Baringo, we don't have those 2 policies.
Yeah, we don't. I've never seen those policies. Where it lies with our, because the mandate is with the board. Because I don't need somebody to call a casual,
yes,
and somebody who is a contractual. I will submit, Chair, a list of casuals that we...
Can you table that document?
To me, Chair, that is not a casual. That's contractual staff.
You are under the Office of the Devolution.
Yes. Chair, if you look at that list, the list and we look at also those casuals, some of them collect revenue. And that should have been a description by a policy as to casuals. But it is the mandate of the, because he should ensure that there is
budget.
Which Chair, casuals, we started domiciling what we call a domesticated, appointed, and they went to the ground to confirm. And some of the documents wanted.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
I can see you on mic. I don't know whether you want to proceed your questions or you want to enrich on Lakales. Okay, proceed while you'll be joining the CEC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director HR, because the PNP staff, we have the casuals, we have the temporary contracts board, including disciplinary cases.
All recruitments are done on behalf of the county, are done by Public Service Board. There is a place for the chief officer as the hiring manager. So, all the chief officer, as I told you, comes to us, goes to Treasury, CS, to the board. The County Government Act requires that all employees of a county, the mandate to engage any employee, in writing to the board, they must indicate that the person they want to engage as a casual, is there a vacancy? They are doing this county where people are recruited on the ground, people work, and then people want our...
Madam Chair, I think I want to bring you to the attention of what the director is saying. Kindly
a gap, because possibly somebody has retired and you have not feel and it is unnecessary, or there is work which is very urgent that is required. So what you do is that you are supposed to request, and that is why we are stuck now, that we are not able to pay the cash flows. The question that Auditor General raised was, how sure are we this?
Following the cash flows.
Yes.
But what is currently happening in Baringo? What is the practice now?
I can say it's not a problem of the board.
So the problem
ask people to stay for 2017 chair. That
I'm asking.
Is this ones?
Yes.
Yes, I can confirm. Yes.
So this is the same list like the one we got here in the house?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, through the chair,
what you call the skill that you lack. So the county is supposed to write to national government requesting for those skills.
Aware of one of the employees in your department who is on secondment.
Has been brought to us. Where is she coming from? I was told she is from... No, she said she doesn't know. She said that she was calling or a letter from us requesting, or any letter also from the prisons where they are...
Is the board aware?
Yes, the former director of civic to the national government in the county.
So is that what actually happened on this secondment?
No.
And,
does she draw
it has been very hard for you to put...
Period of time is she's supposed to be with us. From the instructions of the CS, the letter that the CS... Chair, with me, I think Faith Kimngok, personal number is indicated. In our county, we have not indicated the period of time. Kindly accord her the necessary support. Thank you. That is signed by our county secretary, Dr. Jacob.
Indicated to you, when this thing happened, I wasn't around. And I asked, so possibly, he must have received the letter. He has never brought to my attention.
So, in conclusion,
be a small one, Honorable Chair. I don't know. Do you have a deputy?
Yes, Ayabe is my deputy.
Deputy.
It's a very what you call the establishment. Going for leave, I left for him because he's my deputy. But I have an establishment. Going for leave, I left for him because he's my deputy. But I have an assistant director, all the way to personnel officer 1. Assistant director, all the way to personnel officer 1. As required. So to me, he has given value for the service. So to me, he has given value for the services he has been doing.
Because the intent is supposed to emanate from you. So the intent is supposed to emanate from you. So who gave out the intent that we need
correctly?
Could you be knowing our qualification, the one quote unquote you're saying? Honorable Sharon?
That is a very serious issue. Can we categorically your office is a stranger? Is she a stranger?
Well, it can.
The letter in your office, that particular...
I have never seen member.
Okay. It's like saying someone can just walk into a HR office, your department offices, and start working. Who can you blame? Someone must take responsibility. Who brought her?
It was almost the same because you said you are in a leave, eh? And you heard that the county secretary has directed that person to your office.
And actually I called when I was at home, when I was told. And my assistant said I was
Allow Sialo to finish.
outside.
Yes.
It lands, we have a secretary who,
Yes.
who knows all the files. Assumption is the person who was in the office
Yes.
acted on the letter,
Yes.
acted on the letter, deployed the person because I deployed the person because I found up
In the HR office.
found up
In the HR office.
I
Am I right to say that? Am I right to say that?
yes it could be
That?
yes it could be I have no problem. I have no problem.
Honorable Locales, Honorable Locales, let's close that debate. We go back to close that debate. We go back to Sialo. Kindly wind up. Don't go back. Sialo, kindly wind up. Don't go back.
Actual by virtue of my age.
Yes.
Anybody who's above 50 years cannot be. Actually, October when I applied, cannot be. Actually, October when I applied, up to around actually, I think January is actually, I think January is. Well, I've never known. Well, I've never known.
So who cancelled it? Is it? So who cancelled it? Is it the board? Is it?
Well,
Then later on it was cancelled.
Then I was called. We negotiated that it be.
Boards was actually coming to take over.
And the qualification, because to be a director of HR, minimum requirement is
Of some tenure employees who worked in the was previously the DG, who their contracts were extended. Of David Kandie Koech, who was a tenured employee under the office of the DG until the CS, that his contract was extended from then to first July 2024. July 2024.
Thank you, Chair. The 4, because it was a very unique thing. Any contract, system itself, you don't even need to go. The system removes you automatically because you have an input. For a very long time, I didn't know. And even the current governor called me and asked me, "Are you aware? Are you sure? Are you sure that there is nobody who's wanted into nobody who's wanted into to be recovered pension?" And I knew the person was in contract because I knew last year that contract ended. When the contract board can be able to answer. However, I have never participated in the renewal of the contracts for the 4, which is a requirement. We are supposed to initiate in HR for signatures of the CS, then goes to the board to the...
I decided to extend their contracts of who used to work for him. Now he wants to come with them to the office of the county secretary. Could that be the truth?
Contracts. But in the letter that I have seen, that I've managed to look for.
It's fair for some of the tenured staff who...
Well, I would say it's unfair, but however, there's an aspect of the board can explain to you whether they had been requested to.
Of them, his contract was extended, transferred under the same job group, same terms, to lead Chemasus Water Company's service. So again, that was unfair treatment, injustices. So as an HR person, what would you advise this committee on those?
Kurere's was renewed and the others were renewed. I developed the indent for Kurere because I was told the executive has agreed to renew the contract of Kurere. And
they're in abroad.
I am aware of 4 Nobody communicated. Only through what they were done by somebody who was working in Bungoma. They would work, let's say, day in Bungoma for a week.
Said procedure
In terms
of recovering the money.
Because we had given instructions. We have had challenges, Chair, from, I say December, because of migration. We had no system. Departments will release their poor people, bond, a DIRAC. We have a CHIRAC, which is the County Human Resource Advisory Committee, which is made of all chiefs.
His request for study leave was approved, and he's pursuing his, and he's currently being requested to come back. Yet he has
puzzles everybody. Even me, I got puzzled. Allowed. That is number one, because there is a minimum requirement to do medicine. Number two is that
was it properly done?
Dr. Kandgor was not seconded. He's actually our employee. What happened is that what you call challenges. So purely.
Okay, sorry. Who started the process of that?
It is the department.
Who in particular?
Number two is that we use the normal procedure of writing. The county public service was accepted through.
How was he identified in the entire republic that there's only Kangor in? So I'm asking why, because we have people who competent in the system.
Director. So
he came with job group. Which job group from where he came from?
He came directly from job group Q, where he wasn't given another position.
But he came directly to Mogoti as a med sup, right?
Yes.
So was he identified to come as to work as a director, or to work as a med sup? Or it was a strategy to bring him to Mogoti as a med sup, then later on comes as the director?
Chair, I might not be in a position to answer because the whole process was done outside me.
Madam Chair, I think I'm done with the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Sialo. John Aengwa, kindly, Mheshimiwa, take up the questions, and please let's
Thank you.
belabor one
Thank you,
point
Madam
for
Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
very long time.
I believe I will also be swift in. First of all, do we have a scheme of service? Do we have a scheme of service for workers?
Of all HR,
For workers.
Of all HR directors in the country, and that is a key issue: the ability of resources. Even when we want to promote people as per the scheme.
Is there any fair or equality
Implemented. The first one in 2016.
or equality?
Implemented. The first one in 2016 had issues and designated so that they take a new path now to grow. They promote. So when it gets to the payroll will reject. That is the challenge we had. However, where somebody has retired or exited service in whichever way, then when somebody is appointed to act, they accompanied by an indent for advertisement of that position. The unfortunate thing about Baringo is that we don't have resources. So even the people who are acting are not acting as per se.
Now for the case of even ward administrators, do they enjoy some allowance? Yes. Let me just rush through what I have.
Yes.
The ECD teachers, director.
Yes.
At one given, the ECD teachers, director.
Yes.
At one given time, we passed in this house. It was so painful that all of us at that were for the ECD teachers to be employed in permanent and pensionable terms. And we stated clearly that they should start get degree, what, all of them we said they should start with 24,000. Also backdated to July. was it adhered to? And if not, let's have what was passed in this house.
Chair and members, the issue of ECD, I was involved fully from the beginning up to today. There was a lot of mathematics which were done because of budgetary issues. This assembly passed a law to convert them. However, we had challenges of resources. One, we needed to implement the assembly's approval as per the law. What was the law? The SRC circular. The SRC circular is very clear. We can submit to these committees so that you see. It has categorized staff into certificate, diploma, and degree. We implemented as it is, and it has given us a basic salary for each. And in fact, we went and put them at the maximum. Because when we were to go for the 5 years they had given, they would not get to maximum. We gave them out of the 24 that this committee passed, this assembly passed, we gave them a basic, we gave them an house allowance of 4,000, and 700. So it came to roughly, the highest was almost 29.
You know that a degree holder in Kenya,
yes,
anaanza mshahara na how much? Job group K?
Ni cross ya job group K is around 49.
Now, assuming ECD a degree holder, ECD teacher was employed by government, angeanza na how much?
Doing job evaluation, they have given a salary for ECD teachers, and it is there. So we follow SRC circular. The job evaluation for ECD teachers was different.
I think we should, if the circular is there,
I will submit.
You will table it. You follow the circular, the SRC circular. Backdate to July. Where did hii pesa kuanzia July mpaka November ilienda wapi?
Chair, there was a very serious negotiation. I don't know whether you are involved regarding when to start that thing. Because of budgetary issues, there was a serious negotiation that involved Treasury, and Treasury recommended, and which was approved. We were told to implement from November. So it is not our decision, it is the decision of the executive that it started.
We had passed in this house.
Well,
the executive went ahead to actually do their own things.
I thought maybe, I don't know, maybe we need to get the sound.
So this is from the county secretary?
Not individually, but it was a negotiation between the board.
The savings from ilienda wapi ya miezi 3 ama 4?
There was no budget for that. We were given a 200 and something million for total. I need to go and cut, but we were given an exact budget which was not able to accommodate up to July.
I know we have one of the members who has joined us who is not a member of this committee, but Tarus, I think, through the chair, he will tell us what you did after we passed that. When a director, yes, do you have a database or list for pre-qualified?
Indicated, Chair, that I don't deal with casual workers.
And if so,
dealing with department, so I've never done any dealt with any casual workers.
Correct. How are vacancies for casual positions communicated with the public or potential applicants?
Chair, those are issues. The problem we have with casuals is the policy and procedures. In fact, what has taken us, let me tell this committee, is the issue of procedure. Not that don't recruit casuals, but procedure. We have no procedure. So that even if you wanted to sanitize this list, it might not address quite a number of issues of representation, PW, minorities, because individuals bring people as casuals.
Last but not least.
Who are these individuals?
In a department.
We have tuko na monster kwa hii county.
Procedurally, one of the things that is becoming very challenging
Bwana Director, when today a doctor retires, is it not true?
Yes.
No, why are you telling us budget constraint?
Recruitment is too expensive. I know that is the challenges we have had with money. Because if one person retires, you can advertise one person. So we will consolidate a list of those who are retired. And then,
as it happened?
Yes, in fact, we recruited the first group of replacement. We recruited data. We recruited last year. Even health, we recruited 30 what? Currently, we have advertised, I think, 70 something.
Honorable Sharon.
And let me explain. We have not actually only field replacement until
just a minute,
yes.
as you answer that question. That issue of replacement, does that include the subordinate staff, the cleaners and all? Like, for example, I'm aware in Marigat, we have since lost about more than 10 cleaners, watchmen who are no longer working, and the rest of those people working there are casuals. Are those still part of those people that you've consolidated and you want to employ?
Let me explain to you what I do. When people retire or exit through whichever method, self-attrition, every 3 months, I consolidate a list of people who have retired and the amount of money they have left behind.
Have you consolidated for the one in Marigat?
No, let me explain now. And then I take it to the chief officer and say, based on this retirement, available funds is this. Bring your priorities. So they will decide whether they want to replace that person or in their priorities, what is a priority to them. But following that complaint, I know the governor has instructed us now, we will be replacing individual for an individual to the tune of the amount of money that the person has left. So for casuals, we have never done, and I'm hoping that now, going forward, we will.
Sorry, I didn't know that I was still on. You know, I'm actually having a headache. It's a systemic problem.
Yes.
Do you know, in fact, I don't agree. Okay, you've been here since 2021. You as the director of HR, what have you done about this thing? Are you part of the problem?
That when you do budget, do not budget for anybody exiting service. And I'm told the authority, the instruction, a committee.
Okay, and you as the HR expert. In fact, I'm even such. A casual worker. Who is a casual worker? And you've already produced a list of 240, you said?
140.
Casual workers who are not even casual workers, they're employees. They should actually be falling under you. People that you already know. Have you done an advisory as the HR director that these people that we have, can we sort out the problem? Can we sort out the casuals anymore? I've seen people working since the year 2007. Let us sort out the problem. Have you done that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Through a letter or what?
Through Chirac. And I hope I can get the minutes for Chirac.
Please get the minutes from Chirac.
Yes.
Also, another question I want to ask you so that I settle that issue of casual workers. So you want to say that there is no one who is to be blamed for this problem. It's a systemic problem. Are you still remaining with that?
It's a systemic issue because it is something that we found. Nobody gave direction until the other day when we had a meeting with the current governor and say now replace people. Budget. That's what used to happen. I would do a budget. If you are retiring in 6 months' time, I will only
sit comfortably, knowing that people who are actually working as casual workers and then they are not casual workers as per the law. How would you even want to give an advisory as the HR head top in that hierarchy?
Chair, through the chair, actually, I have personally taken this issue of casuals to Chirac.
GIRAC, okay.
Yeah, I have personally had 3 meetings in the requesting the board to take charge because it is their mandate.
Exactly, and that is where I'm going. Yes. Did the board take charge?
No.
No. So why were you blamed?
And I will say no because the board had challenges because I have advised the county like that.
Okay, so you can say, and who is supposed to come up with these policies? You said the board.
Yes.
So the board has been, would you say that have they come up with a policy on workers yet?
No, I have never seen.
So they've not done their work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Kagimon.
Thank you, Chair. Issue when Rotich is becoming, the issue of casual workers is becoming a problem in this county. Now, I just want to ask of these casual workers, what step do you take to ensure that there is transparency?
Chair, I have indicated that because casual officers are supposed to be identifying the gaps, requesting for approval, so I had any role with casuals completely. But in terms of P&P and contractual, I have participated.
So how did, like the sub-counties, they can do those recruitment on your behalf and you just watch them doing things? Have you taken any action?
Chair, let me call it impunity. I have said it in Chirac, is to know exactly. Because you see, we had one challenge. If you today wake up and stop a casual who has been there for 10 years, that one outright, if they go to court, I'm aware. And that is why when we had the case the other day of the ones for municipality, what have we done? From the court. Because the moment that case of municipality goes through, I assure you, everybody will go to court.
Now, how does the county ensure that they nepotism and politics in hiring of staff? Did you put some preventive measures?
Unfortunately, Chair, I have indicated that my role ends the moment I have delivered an indent. Nobody involves me in the other, except the only thing I've been involved in was the one for us the other day, where we went, we had a meeting with the county board, with the board, county secretary, we deliberated, and that is why the 30 that were picked from each ward, it was a decision of that meeting that Kimbia, number 1, be given a letter. Now, the way they decided on the balance of 10, I don't know.
And are you aware, even in that process, there were some individuals who ran and disqualified themselves, and they were put as staff of this county? They were included in the recruitment list?
Well, I was in Marigat. I was in Marigat, working with the team that was in South. I can assure you, honorable member, that if there is something that I saw for the first time, that the poor child of Baringo could get a job, was through that process in South. I saw. They ran, we lined them according to the wards, and we did the balancing. Some areas where you have number 1 who is a male, and number 2 is a female, we had to do balancing because of the aspects about gender, because we need a 30%, and the other aspects that the law requires us to.
Do you access that list?
Yes, we can access the list because I'm sure we did.
We want that list to be tabled here because we are aware in our ward there is one individual who disqualifies himself in the running and they were put in the list. But we are aware and we know the name, and when you table that list, we shall prove to the panel and to the service board. Now, let last question, because I know some members have questions.
Honorable Lekakimon, on the issue of HR, are you able to table the names for Baringo South?
enforcers?
No, I can't table because it was a decision that was more than. In fact, the Rigo South was very funny. The population refused to go and say and get the picture of the people who are picked, and even they came after.
I wish we get that portal and that list, because we know of individuals and it is in common knowledge that they disqualify themselves and they were recruited. They are in the list of employment.
Honorable Kimon, let
yes.
me rule over that. Kindly, HR, take the number of our clerk right now and forward the photo to him.
Yeah, look for the photo. I'll take immediately. Okay. But I will need to, because we took it.
So suppose we identify that individual who took number 108 and disqualify himself in the field, and it is among the list of those who are recruited as enforcement officers. Who will take the responsibility?
The board, because the chair of the board was present. I was present. We can have the list of the people who are present, because I saw personally being people called from the line. If they went and changed, they changed it at the board. But at the time, yes, maybe I would like to request my colleague here. Somebody will take responsibility so that we rest it, because actually it was the most transparent way of them all over the county. Kama kuna kitu tutawapea ongera ni hiyo. So maybe this is a unique case. I want to maybe just one thing I forgot. Yes. There were officers who were recruited, 7 of them. Their term limit was 3 years contract. And then after the expiry of their term, some 3 were retained and 4 were left out without any letter. The ones who are left out, one is named Matthew Jerubet, a communications officer. Another one, Mary Chumba, a communications officer. Lucas Kip and Dennis Ruto, office administrator. What criteria was used to retain the 3 and to leave the 4 out? Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, fortunately, among the 3, I'm one of them. Out of the 7, the director here was one of them. The law requires that when your contract is about to expire, you must apply. All of us applied, because I know. Now, as to how the decision was made to retain Rotich and leave the others, I can't vouch for it, because it was. Who normally does? Director, ni mshangao mkubwa sana. Because hii imekuwa shamba la wanyama. More others are more equal than others. Even for this one. How shall we explain to them that this one teach and the other 2 were retained because of 1 or 2 or 3 reasons? This one were left out because of 1 or 2 or 3 reasons. What is it all about? And who does these things? You see, the HR manual is very clear. It's your renewal of contract. Fortunately, all of us, apart from 2, the 2 others belong to the board, the legal and what do you call that, administrator. The other 5 belong to devolution. I would wish that to the chief officer, the CEC, and the leadership of devolution. Because I've asked myself, every time the contracts, and I will provide a list of all people who have actually even requested that they be converted to P&P because of the 10 time they have spent in this county when we are recruiting. But the question I ask myself, which people should answer is, how comes devolution has problems? Other departments do not have problems with renewal of problem. That should be answered by the leadership. You are in charge of also recruitment and selection and the rest. You are part of this team. I don't know where you will place her. Who is to be blamed now here? You know, they applied.
Who squarely takes the blame and who will tell us what has happened in between?
It is between the office of the chief officer and the county secretary.
It has nothing to do with the service board.
The service board will renew a contract of somebody after being requested by the executive to do it. Like for mine, when they agreed, the CS wrote a letter to the board.
Honorable members,
Yeah.
let's allow Lega Kimol to finish completely.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the HR has agreed to bring the pictures of those in the south and the list. I think the
list will be provided by
the county service board should to bring the list. Chair, I'm aware of a person that his name was nicked, but he was disqualified, field, and it is in the list of recruitment, denying some of the people who ran and got good positions, and out of interest, or I don't know, the name of the person that was not even in the race, he disqualified himself and was put in. So we want to see that list. And I'm happy that whoever sneaked the name should take the responsibility for that.
Chair, what I wanted to Chair, allow me to clarify only one thing, member. Remember, we were recruiting as per wards. What we will only require to see, first of all, is the 30 per each ward. Now, how the 10 were recruited later, I am not aware. Possibly then, if he was among the 10, because there were 40 positions, 30 was done on the ground. South 7, Eldama Ravine, I think it was 7, Mogotio 3, to make it 30 as per ward. The other 10, how they got it, I don't know.
I think we put it clearly as a panel that we want to see how the 10, the 40, how the 40 were recruited, because we wanted to see that openness on how they were recruited. But it is the 30 that we are talking about, the wards,
yes,
is where we are now saying, you see, we are combining the clerks and the enforcers, and that is why it came to the attention of this House that we stopped the issue of the clerks, because we detected some fishy deals going on in those recruitments. Madam Chair, let me conclude by saying one question to the cases. We have seen a number of people coming to you for complaints over recruitments. Are there mechanisms in place to allow individuals to do some appeals, to do some reports concerning the recruitment decisions, or it is not there?
Mechanism on complaints of recruitment. But complaints that possibly there was implemented.
I'm talking of appeals. In case there is an appeal, in case there is an issue that concerns the recruitment decisions that was made, do you have that mechanism or in place for individuals to hire their grievances over the decision made? Do you have those mechanisms?
We don't have, Chair.
Honorable Ngotie.
Okay. Mr. Rotich, but I've seen, I will not ask those questions because most of them deals more about casual, because you have categorically stated that you don't deal with casuals. But allow me to ask one question, that how is the documentation of recruitment decision handled and stored for accountability?
Digital management system of HR? Or are we still keeping?
Get us. But in terms of the payroll, and majority of the data of staff, they are actually stored digitally in the IRIS system. We are also in the process of updating the IRIS. IRIS is a very good payroll system that can take in everything in terms of all information regarding staff. So the moment that system is complete, then you might not even require an HR system.
When do you think that will be done?
I can't tell you because it is, the IRIS system is a national government payroll system.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Is there other counties that have procured a private one that is digital?
I'm aware most counties have gone semi.
Semi.
I've not seen
In
any
Baringo,
county.
we are not even having a HR system.
We don't have.
Do you have a role that you're playing on that?
Yes, we have a role. We always write and request for a budget every year, but it doesn't get to this house.
Where does it end?
It dies between devolution here and treasury.
Also, you recommend that that is something that we should follow up?
Yes.
All right.
Honorable Sharon,
Yes.
I think it's not in order for us to continue engaging ourselves. And as you can see, there's power shortage. Since they are still coming tomorrow again with the CEC devolution, I think we can proceed to end our session so that we continue tomorrow.
Chair, I wanted to make a request, Chair. I've actually traveled today from Nairobi. And I didn't even bring the keys to my house here. In fact, I'm supposed to drive all the way to Mogotio now. And I was hoping, I'm actually on leave. So I don't know whether you will exempt me for tomorrow. I actually told the CC, because there's somebody acting in the office.
I think as the committee, we will sit after this so that we can give you feedback. Kindly, Sergeant Atam.
Chair, sorry, just one question I want him to answer because I know he's the only one that can answer. The current secretary at the CS office, do you know her?
Yes.
Has she been confirmed?
Yes, she was actually employed in 2014.
Or she was employed in 2014?
Yes.
When was she confirmed?
Prior to 2017, all those staff, and even if they were not confirmed.
Is she the one called Christine?
She's called Damaris.
Oh, Damaris, and one that is called Christine? Sorry, Damaris.
Yeah, Damaris is a secretary to the CS. She was actually the secretary to the, in the office of the deputy governor. In 2017.
So when did she get the transfer now to the CS office?
She was transferred when we got the new governor, and the new governor came in with a new team. So we transferred her.
So she was not appointed at the point when the CS was approved by the assembly?
No, she was actually working in agriculture before being brought to the deputy governor's office.
Okay, and she was confirmed in 2017, you're saying?
I will check, but I know she was employed in 2014, which should have been automatic after 6 months to be confirmed, because she was on PNP.
Oh, she was on PNP. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sharon. Kindly, the Sergeant Atam, escort the HR Director. The session ends now until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.